Hello, welcome to my first Final Fantasy stream. I'll probably be playing through the story of the patches, and depending on how they go, I might play using my character through like from the beginning or something. I doubt it'll get that popular, but who knows? Maybe it will, maybe it won't. So this will be the story of Final Fantasy patch 5.4. But yeah. So this will be like post Shadowbringers. And this is the end of Shadowbringers going into whatever the potential next expansion might be. As far as I know, this is the last sort of major expansion before the next last major patch before the next expansion gets released. However, there will be other patches which add stuff to relic weapons, which will be 5.45. So there'll be an addition to this weapon that I'm using. Hey, catboy. Krill's eyes light up at the sight of you. Oh, greetings, Zachariah. Come to look in on our friends? Rest assured, everyone is quite well. I've been keeping a close eye on them, and have satisfied myself they are all fine health. As a matter of fact, they're just about to convene in Dawn's Respite to discuss how best to use their pent-up energy. Let's join them, shall we?
Well, my friends, now that we have all settled back into our bodies, it is time we resumed our duties in earnest. Let us speak of our plans.
Ever since the Emperor's death, it's been one unsettling rumor after another. I've a mind to pay a visit to Garlemald to ascertain the truth of the matter.
A prudent endeavor. 'Tis of the essence that we establish the full extent of the threat. Not least if it should prove that Xenos doth indeed orchestrate events from the shadows, in light of which possibility I shall accompany thee on thy mission. Be assured that thou shalt find me more a help than a hindrance. Thou requirest another to imbue thine ammunition, dost thou not?
Assuming that's settled, there's something I've been meaning to look into as well.
Welcome back, everyone!
Hey.
Lise!
You're fine now, right? No more headaches or keeling over?
That's right. We're fighting fit and raring to go.
The famous Lys Hext, former scion and hero of the Alamegan resistance.
Not former.
I don't believe we've met.
Really? It's so easy to assume that all Archons are acquainted. But then I suppose your fields of expertise are rather different.
Grahatir, at your service. I have read much and more about your exploits, Commander. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance.
Likewise. The others told me all about you.
Do not be so sure. Words scarcely do justice to the vital role he played in our victory in the first. A more dependable comrade one would be hard-pressed to find.
True enough. Shy cat boy.
Oh, right. I did glance at the report. But I'd be lying if I said I understood half of it.
He travelled back in time to a different world, then there he helped us. Yeah, it's complicated. Oh, there you go.
Well, that's a lot to take in. Just to be clear, this means we're not heading for another calamity, does it?
We avoided another one, yeah, unfortunately.
Shorn of their unsundered master's leadership, what Ascians remain shall struggle to see their plans to fruition.
That just means they have other plans, though.
And though I would ever advise caution, I believe we may rest easy for a time.
I'll take that as a yes.
For now.
Even so, I don't know what to make of this business about Hydaelyn and Zodiac being primals.
I don't know what else we expected, to be honest.
A difficult truth to bear, yes. But at last we understand the nature of our adversary. And if there are no further calamities, neither will there be rejoinings, meaning Zodiac will never regain his full strength. Even so, as the oldest and mightiest of primals, he remains a force to be feared. Though his is a power born of the desire for salvation, we have seen the havoc it may wreak. And it falls to us to ensure that it is never again brought to bear upon this star.
But tell us, Lys, to what do we owe the pleasure of your visit?
What do you mean? Isn't seeing my long-lost comrades reason enough? Alright, there was one other matter. I have a message from the Alliance, and before you ask, yes, it's about the Empire. So, after Emperor Varys' assassination, it seems his cousin Nerva made a bid for the throne.
Natch.
The trouble is, he wasn't the only one with designs on it, and it didn't take long for a civil war to break out. And it's not just in the provinces. Early reports say huge swathes of the Imperial capital have been reduced to rubble.
Saves us invading it, doesn't it?
The Alliance will soon convene in Alamigo to decide on a course of action, and we were hoping you'd come along.
Well, as it happens, Urianger and I were just this moment planning a little trip to Garlemald. And we should be grateful for any advice the Alliance can provide on how best to make the most of our visit.
To Alamigo, then.
Why don't you go on without me? There's something I need to look into.
Oh, forgive me. You were just telling us. What is it, if I may ask?
I want to find a way to cure the Tempered.
Nice.
Of course. You think it may be possible to adapt the treatment you use to help those corrupted by the Sin Eaters?
I'm sorry, a cure for tempering? But that would change everything. Alizé, consider yourself uninvited. Go and find us this cure.
Right.
I'll do my best. I was hoping you might join me. Don't worry if not, though. I won't hold it against you if you'd rather attend a stuffy meeting.
Well, they don't need anything murdered, so why not? What meeting? Lead on.
I knew you'd say yes.
I'll come too. If you don't mind, that is.
Fanboy.
Mind? I'm sure they would be glad of your company. Pray, enjoy your time together with your hero.
Got a fanboy as well.
No. That's not... I mean,
Yeah.
We shall be on our way then. Godspeed.
Is Godspeed supposed to have 2 S's? Pretty sure that's a no. That one. I'm just cranking down the sound a little bit. Probably the same for those as well. Alright. When I set out to save Halric, I think Gabu was always at the back of my mind, and having proved that the light corrupted are not lost, I'm convinced that the same must be true for the tempered. Similar to those corrupted by Sin Eaters, the aether of Gabu's soul has been rendered stagnant, and though the root cause is different, perhaps the solution is the same. It is by no means an unreasonable hypothesis, Lise, and it warrants full investigation. If there's even a chance we can save Gabu, we have to try, but however much I'd like to race over to Limsa and set to work, there's no room for recklessness, not when a child's life is at stake. She's learning. As I'm sure Becklug would remind us, we still know little and less about the soul. Any number of things could go wrong if we don't exercise due caution. And so, before attempting anything, we should learn all we possibly can about temporary. There's just one problem. Research into condition has long since ground to a halt. The combined work of many scholars involved doesn't exactly amount to a wealth of knowledge. Not of modern scholars, perhaps, but what of their ancient counterparts? I know the Allagans took a more than passing interest on the subject. And what if we speak is to be found anywhere? It's surely be at the Aetherochemical Research Facility, where they experimented on primals and their worshippers. Yes, good thinking. I've never actually been there myself, but I did research I did read the reports on Azizla, which means they'll need an airship. An airship, you say? Meet me at the northern bank of Lake Silvertear. I've got a little surprise for you. Oh, come prepared to travel. So, a large coat. Alright, she has her ways. And by the way, yes, I do look like the Green Arrow, but with eye covers. I do like the juxtaposition of like having blindfolds despite the fact that I'm a fucking archer. Oh yeah. Hell yeah. biome. Okay. That's a different design. I give you the Bonanza, the Scion's very own airship. I built her as a company project with help from our friends at Rising Stones and named her for luck and prosperity. Let's hope we don't crash it then. Tatari, this is amazing. We'll be able to fly just about anywhere we want. Our garments were impressive enough, but to build an entire airship, I see the annals did not exaggerate the many talents of the Scion's fabled coin keeper. He. I will also introduce myself as your pilot, except the training didn't quite go as well as I'd hoped. That's alright, because we hired this capable fellow here instead. The Bonanza is equipped with a full complement of mana cutters, by the way. Feel free to use them to get around Azizla. But enough talk, it's time to fly. All aboard! More donuts. Honestly, Sid would be jealous by the way the airship flies. Tatari has outdone herself. Anyway, here we are at Azizla, and Alphina's report did not do the scale of this place justice. Rahatia surveys the surroundings with an expectant glint in his eye. This appears to be Helix, which means we stand in the Alpha Quadrant. To the east lies the Beta Quadrant, and yes, I believe I have my bearings, though this is the first time on Azizla. I do have some familiarity with the place thanks to the records of Crystal Tower. Unless I'm mistaken, this path leads to an aetherite, beyond which will be an information tower. I suggest we begin our search there. Indeed. Of course, that's where all the people are. And here is the terminal, a moment while I search the archives for references to tempering. There we are. Iconic corruption, an overview. That sounds promising. Indeed. Let's see what the report has to say. Confound it. The contents appears to have been deleted. What? No, is there something you can do? Not from here, I'm afraid, but it may be another copy of the report exists elsewhere. The question is where to look. It says here the reports were written by someone named Owen. Is it likely he kept a copy? I would say it's a distinct possibility, assuming he's a researcher here. He would have had quarters on the Hemisphere. We can ascertain the details at the Hemisphere control. Let us return to the Bonanza and avail ourselves of the mana cutters. We'll need them to reach our destination. I forgot, you already have a suitable means of transport, don't you? No need to waste time accompanying us back to the ship. We'll see you at the Hemisphere. Yes, I already have my own mana cutter. What am I again? Right. Let's do a flying whale. That's an Empire one, right? That looks like an Empire ship rather than a building. It's like... That's a completely different style from that one. Oh, whoops, wrong way. Of course, the one with the million people. If the late Owen did indeed have a chamber here, this node will be able to tell us its number. There. From what I recall of the layout, it should be somewhere in the vicinity of... Warning, an evacuation order is presently in effect. Entry to the Habisphere is not permitted at this time. Foiled again. In all likelihood, the order would have been imposed during the Fourth Umbral Calamity. I doubt it will be lifted in the near future. Energy levels critical. Returning to base for recharging. Well, surely there must be some other way to gain access. Force, for example? Ere we resort to that, I have an idea. Were we to send a surge of energy through yonder control mechanism, it should prompt the system to restart, releasing the locks. As for suitable energy source, a concentrated lightning shard might suffice. Happily, I seem to recall that they are known to form at points of stagnant ether throughout the continents. You seem to recall? Are you honestly telling me that was in the records too? I am. A report sent to the capital mentioning the lightning aspected aether was prone to cooling on the continent, resulting in surges that interfered with equipment. Minor detail, I grant you. But in my role as caretaker of the Crystal Tower, there was no such thing as too much elegant knowledge. Besides, my study helped me to feel connected to the source, to home. I must have explored this facility 1,000 times in my mind, but find standing here with you two, it is more exhilarating than I can well express. Oh, and you cute little cat boy. Now then, the lightning shard. If I may, I suggest we split up and search the beta quadrant. Oh, beware of sprites. They are wont to manifest where the aether is stagnant. Now you're just showing off, which makes me think we should take a contest of this. First return here with a shard wins, would you say? Alright, I usually win. Very well, it will be my honour to come third. You should have greater expectations. Cat boy. Cat boy. There it is. Okay, there it is. Bravo, that was quite a show, adventurer. Why, the spectacle proved so enthralling that all thoughts of the prize slipped my mind. I appear to have forfeited our little race. Congratulations. The lightning shard is yours. What? No dramatic entrance? You've changed. You remember that. In my defense, I was caught up in the moment. It isn't every day you meet an honest-to-God's hero, after all. Well, the contest continues, so you'd better hurry back. But one last thing. Thank you, Zachariah, for bringing me here. Yeah, of course. Time to make like a tree and get out of here. Yeah, that looks well unstable. I wouldn't want to ride on one of those. It appears the laser has no luck, so victory is yours. Congratulations. Now then, may I have the shard? No! Mine! That's fine, I've got loads of lightning shards. In clusters. What is it that makes you so much better at finding things? What do you have that I don't? Well, it's probably because I'm the protagonist. That is a question I too have asked myself on numerous occasions. I suspect we could both learn a great deal from that there. And not only about the secrets of adventure, but come, we should attend to our mission. Main mission? Excellent. The system responded exactly as intended. We now have access to the Habisphere. Only one obstacle remains, the security system within. Should they be triggered, they could make life rather difficult for us. In light of which, pray leave the rest to me. If I'm right, my royal blood should allow me to venture in unmolested. Assuming this place works like the Crystal Tower, yes, but if it doesn't, you'll be on your own. I want you to promise us that you'll get out at the first sign of trouble. Promise. Wish me luck. I guess we'll go in to rescue him. If he doesn't come back in like half an hour, well, nothing for it but to sit tight. I guess I'll play around with my tombstone. I'm sure this Owen fellow was very learned, but iconic corruption, an overview sounds like a studium thesis. We all have to write one. Lest you wonder, mine was about the combat applications of Aether. I'm nothing if not practical. Alphino's was more philosophical, of course. Political, dare I say it. He chose to write a lengthy discourse on our nation's duty to the world. Oh, that's nice of him. That's surprisingly, optimistic. Controversial subject, to say the least. He asserts that Charlene's knowledge should rightly be used to protect all life on the star, in direct opposition to the country's cherished policy of non-intervention. Being a leading member of the Forum, our father was not happy. At the time, of course, Alphino was utterly convinced of his views and would cheerfully argue to the death with anyone who saw things differently. By which I mean the rows were long. To be fair to him, though, he's since learned to be a little more open-minded, but deep down he still holds fast to that one belief, and I admire him for it. I should have liked to meet the younger Alphino. For what it's worth, my thesis concerned the Allegan civilization as depicted in folklore. Oh, you're back. I didn't know you attended the studium. I didn't. A thesis was required to earn my Archon's mark. My peer at the Students of Baldessian convinced me to write one, with the promise of unfettered access to forbidden tombs. Though I considered it no more than a means to an end at the time, I will admit it was gratifying to have my efforts acknowledged. Good gods, an Archon thesis. I shudder to imagine the work involved. But enough about that. Is that the fruit of your foray? Yes, Owen's archive node was waiting for me in his chamber. If a copy of this report still survives, it would be stored in this device. Shall we find out? Are we going to need to recharge it? Initializing. Scanning for registered user. User not found. To proceed as guest, please complete biometric authentication. As for you, Mr. Tia. Verifying. Authentication complete. Guests identified as member of royal family. I am at your most humble service, Your Highness. Never ceases to amaze me. 'Tis but a pity the effect will not last forever. Doga and Nune said as much when they granted me the gift, but until such time as it fades, I shall use it gratefully. Search archive for iconic corruption. Searching. One item found. Iconic corruption and overview. The report is locked by the author. Please state password. Uh-oh. Go on in, Your Highness. Tell the nice node the password. Right. Let's see. Royal override, maybe? Glory be to Alec. Wrong. Damn it. Long live Emperor Zande. Password incorrect. Please try again. Well, at least it's not locking you out. Come on now, passwords are invariably short and simple, for instance. 1, 2, 3, 4. Password. We're not so dangerously stupid. The notion that the password could be something so inane would be laughable were it not so dangerously stupid. Furthermore, your conduct in the presence of His Highness is grossly inappropriate. Know your place, handmaiden. What did that thing just call me? Wild Rose. Incorrect. Now, let us not be too hasty. A single misstep and we risk losing the report altogether. I believe this may be a task for Sid and his colleagues. If anyone can coax Machina into cooperating, it's them. I mean, it's true. They do know quite a bit about Allegan machinery. Come, let's bear the node back to the Rising Stone. Gratia seems eager to bear the node away. I should probably mention that I have yet to meet Sid since waking up. Rambrose did send word to the ironworks, but it appears our friend has been afield on urgent business. Nevertheless, I have assured you my proposal to seek his help is no pretext. However much I might look forward to seeing him again, him and everyone. But come, let us be on our way. Look at him, all but running. How sweet. Still, wouldn't do to keep him waiting. Shall we? Rising Stone. Come on now. Wonderful news, Zachariah. Tataru contacted Sid on our behalf, and he's on his way here even as we speak. While we wait, I should very much like to hear what transpired at the Alliance Council. Would you be so kind, Krill? As you know, the meeting was convened to discuss how best to respond to recent events in Garlemald. According to intelligence from our Doman allies, the War of Succession rages on and the Empire remains without a leader. Amidst the chaos, the Imperial legions in the provinces have begun to move independently of the motherland. Of greatest concern to us is Illard, a legion aligned with Nord Nerva. It appears they have received substantial financial backing from House Brutus. A2 Brutus, or Brute. Brutus. Aren't they the ones that took Yotsu and Sahi? This bodes well. Xenos' movements, meanwhile, remain shrouded in mystery. We're hoping that Thancred and Urianger will be able to shed some light on his activities when they return. Until such a time as they do, the Allied leaders feel it would be unwise to interfere in the conflict. And so, thanks in part to the Imperial withdrawal from Gimlet, they have decided to turn their attention to the primal problem once more. Working with friendly factions amongst the beast tribes, they hope to reopen dialogue and explore new avenues of peace. Given the timing, I suspect they wish to put their respective houses in order ahead of a decisive clash with the Empire. Whatever their intent, this is not a problem easily solved. The Lominsians in particular struggle in their efforts, and Alfina and Y'shtola have been called upon to aid them. So long as we're dealing with the Tempered, I'm afraid no amount of dialogue will avail us. But if we can develop a treatment for tempering, anything's possible. Which is why we must succeed. And on that cheery note, why not make yourselves comfortable in Dawn's Respite? I'll show Sid in as soon as he arrives. Nice to get 5 minutes to relax, right? Dawn's Respite. Solar Dawn's Respite. I used to say respite, which technically isn't wrong. Sid. Forgive us for not coming to see you sooner, my friend. As you may have heard, we've had our hands full. In our defense, you are up rather early. I was under the impression you'd be slumbering a while longer. Oh, I would have been, had you not fulfilled your promise. Ah, I love this music. The orchestral version of this expansion's theme. I still struggle with that idea. From where I stand, the secrets of traversing time and space seem exactly as unfathomable as they ever did. But an alternate version of myself had already laid them bare. I dare say that frees me up to concentrate on other endeavours. Speaking of which, you wanted my help with something. What was it? Ah, that music. Well, well, a treatment for tempering. Oops, shite. Didn't mean to press that. Just so, with nary a clue to guide us, we could be here forever and still not guess correctly. Thus, we turn to you. Well, I'd love to say we could help you, so I will. Once suitably configured, a Magitech terminal should make short work of identifying the password. I knew I could rely on you. Now, anticipating that it might be of use, I took the liberty of borrowing a tombstone from Rambros. It contains an elegant dictionary. Good thinking. I'll transfer the information to a terminal and set it to work right away. Looks like it's finished. Let's see. Freedom. The password is freedom. Short and simple, just as I said. Would you care to do the honours, Your Highness? I would, milady. Node. Open the report entitled Iconic Corruption, an Overview. Password. Freedom. Password accepted. Opening report. This report seeks to provide an overview of the mechanism by which icons corrupt and bind men to their will. The phenomenon we call corruption refers to the alteration of the aether of the soul. Sadly, said aether ordinarily exists in equilibrium, but no one element being more prominent than another. When a subject is exposed to the aether of an icon, this changes, their soul taking on the properties of the entity in question. By way of an example, exposure to the aether of the fiend, Sephiroth, would cause a subject's aether to become aligned to the element of earth. As a consequence, the subject would attain heightened affinity with earth-aspected magics, as well as preternatural levels of endurance. Repeated exposure would further enhance these traits, ultimately altering the subject's very flesh. Changes undergone by the subject are not solely attributable to elemental alignment, however. Further testing has determined that the subject's soul becomes umbrally charged or stagnant during the process. This stagnation of the soul has the effect of diluting the sense of self, rendering the subject vulnerable to the will of the icon, the thoughts of whom come to consume their entire existence. In this manner do the corruption become worshippers of the icon, their prayers serving to further empower the entity. Having discerned the mechanism of iconic corruption, my colleagues and I set out to develop a material capable of shielding one from its effect, an endeavour in which we were successful, albeit at great cost. In the course of testing, many of my assistants, good men and women all, fell victim to corruption, and in accordance with protocol was summarily put to death. I subsequently submitted a proposal to investigate potential cures for corruption, but it was rejected, deemed non-essential by Lord Amon. Damn you, bard guy! Though I knew it would be fruitless, I protested the decision, and for my impertinence I have been stripped of rank and title and will shortly be expelled from this facility. In all likelihood, this report will be expunged from the archives. Nonetheless, I record it in the hopes that one day someone will undertake to do that which I could not, and find a cure for the victims of iconic corruption. And recording. See, there are optimists, even back then. So not even the Allagans were able to find a cure, rather were not given the chance to do so. One cannot help but wonder what motivated Lord Amon's decision. More importantly, this confirms the stagnation of the soul is indeed the problem, and Angelo can remedy that. True. Yet were we simply to reanimate a tempered soul, I fear it would do naught but diminish the individual's fanatical faith. Indeed, it may well intensify it. No, we would somehow need to suppress the primal's hold over the subject at the same time, or risk them ever remaining in its thrall. There's no point in reviving their souls unless we can restore their sense of self. If only we could make them remember who they were. But of course, memory transference. The process has the effect of compartmentalizing memories, separating them into manageable bundles, if you will. By adapting the technique, it may be possible to achieve selective reanimation. That is, limit the effects to only those memories that exist prior to tempering. Though thus restoring the sense of self, we could theoretically drown out the incitements of false faith which have come to dominate the individual's thoughts. I see. The theory seems sound, in our experience treating the light corrupted would help us to identify suitable memories for reanimation. But are you confident you can adapt memory transference as required? I seem to recall your attempts to do so while trying to bring us home culminated in literal bloodletting. They did, you are right. Despite my best efforts, I could not recreate the mechanism, and I conceded that the rather clumsy compromise I reached would not provide the basis of a cure. Then perhaps it's better we considered an alternative approach. Your doubts are understandable, but this time I believe we have a reason to be confident. You see, nodes such as this were built with the ability to simulate magics. Which leads me to believe that it may be capable of performing simulations of the transference technique. If so, we will be able to conduct years worth of tests within the space of a few days. In theory, it would be no different from how we identified the password. But it would take more calculating power, a lot more. I honestly couldn't say whether our equipment would be up to the task. Tell me, Sid, why do you suppose Owen locked his report behind a password? Keep it from prying eyes, of course, why else? Wait, password that could be guessed by anyone with leisure and dictionary wouldn't keep it from a person minded to look. No, he wanted this report to be seen by those who strive for freedom. Not unlike the members of certain distinguished engineering collective. I believe their motto was freedom through technology or some such. You two, round up as many Magic Tech terminals as you can and bring them to the workshop. Right away, Chief. Things are about to get very busy. Luckily, we have you to help, eh? Am I gonna have to capture or radio some tempered? Right, while Grahatia and I configure the terminals, I want the rest of you to procure supplies. Namely, ceruleum to fuel the terminals and ice shards to keep them cool. The more we have of both, the better. Leave the ice shards to me. I'll round up some adventurers and go on a gathering spree. In that case, I'll trust Zachariah and Alize with the ceruleum. Here's a promissory note for each of you. Take them to Sky Steel Manufacturing in Ishgard and the ceruleum processing plant in Thanalan. The people there will give you what you need. Yours is well-known face in the Holy See, I believe. If it's all the same to you, I'll head to Thanalan. I am something of a celebrity. Well, you'd hope so, after saving the place like 3-4 different times. Helping everyone out. Just being a general do-gooder. Welcome back, Master Zachariah. How may I serve you today? So you're after ceruleum. In that case, please present a note to our engineer in the airship landing. He shall be glad to assist you. Thanks for nothing. To the pillar! Where are the pillars? Okay, so I'm going to Earthlukum. Ah yes, the crowd of people. Ceruleum, you've come to right man. Fair warning though, the price has shot up on the account of uncertainty with the Empire, so I hope you got the coin. How about an IOU? Well now, promissory note from Ironworks. Don't see many of these. Not that it's a problem, it's as good as gold to me. Barter, barter, barter. Oh, hey! If it isn't Captain Pretty Boy.
My friend! After the disappointment of not seeing you in Alamigo, what good fortune to chance upon you here of all places.
Aren't you enthusiastic? Not that I'm complaining.
As you may have heard, the Allied nations are making a renewed effort to address the primal problem. To that end, have I invited the chieftain of the Vanu to Ishgard, that we might together plot a course.
I still gotta do their quests. Hello, Mr. Owlbear.
Since the war with the Empire appears to be nearing its conclusion, I would also like to call upon Estinian's lance. Alas, he is, as ever, a difficult man to find. I am informed he recently paid a visit to the Rising Stones. Should he happen to do so again, Be sure to pass on my regards, won't you?
Sure, why not?
But tell me, what business brings you to our fair city this day?
Just need a bit of ceruleum. Trying to reverse tempering.
A cure for tempering. You never cease to amaze me. Until now, our only hope has been prevention, our every failure irrevocable. But this would rewrite the rules of engagement. It could end the cycle of bloodshed. Very well. You shall have all the ceruleum we can provide, and an airship with which to transport it.
Someone's generous. I mean, I did save your city, but that's not the point.
In this matter, you may count on Ishgard's full support.
Holy shit. I mean, I know I helped you guys, but fucking hell, that's a lot. There's a reason loads of people like him. Cheers, buddy. I'll pay you back somehow. Hopefully with the cure for tempering, but yeah, we'll see. Honey, I'm home. Where are we? Damn, we get shit done. Basically a server. Hello. You're right, Elise.
Oh, who would have thought ceruleum weighed so much?
Liquids always do.
Serves me right for being stubborn, I suppose. I should have just done what you did and accepted help.
You've always been stubborn like that, yeah.
Good work, you two. This is all we asked for and more.
You sound
Quite
different.
a lot more now that I look at it.
What happened to, And don't die. Can't afford to lose you.
Lord Emmerich, eh? And entirely by chance. Ha! Some people have all the luck.
I thought it was Imeric, but I mean, sure.
We have also succeeded in configuring the terminals, thanks in no small part to our able assistant.
Which one? Oh, of course, Nero. You know, the other Nero looked cooler.
It's been a while, hero. You seem surprised to see me. Lest you misunderstand, I've no interest in such things as cures for tempering.
You're right, Liquid Snake.
But if you mean to achieve that which eluded even the storied Allagans, it seemed plain that you would require my expertise. And so it proved. Is that not right, Garland?
You've always been insufferable.
Ask Jessie. She was the one who hired you. All I know is you're an employee of the Ironworks now, so you'll bloody well earn your keep.
Oh, is he British now? Aren't all bad guys, eh?
That wasn't the only reason I agreed to cooperate. I'm reliably informed that Garland and I are destined to unravel the secrets of travel not only across dimensions, but through time.
And space.
Doubtless the lion's share of the credit lies with me. 9 parts to Garland's 1. And this research will be a stepping stone to that illustrious achievement.
Yeah, you become Time Lords?
Very well then. I'll do 1/10 of the work. Just the part that's beyond you.
Boom.
Whatever you say, Garland.
By the way, the healing applications of crystal foci proved very useful in getting us to where we are now. I must remember to thank Mikoto.
Sure. He's been read.
Right. If everyone's ready, let's begin.
So that's the Bojin front storyline that I've not completed yet because it's too grindy.
All appears to be in order. Now, we just have to wait for it to find us our magic. Why not take this opportunity to put your feet up? This may take a while.
Sure, why not? Can't complain to chilling out, maxing, relaxing. I just found out I can sleep sitting up. You can as well, apparently.
Damn it.
She won't last much longer!
Oh, you're British as well.
We'll have to shut it down.
Wait! We're close. So very close.
Throw some more ice crystals at it.
Oh.
Well, this is going swimmingly.
Well, there's always going to be hiccups, right?
Please, a moment longer. I beg you. There.
Hopefully we can salvage that data. It's fine, it's backed up to the cloud.
I was able to memorize the magic before it faded. It still needs to be put to the proof, but I believe we have our cure.
But he's enthusiastic. Now we just got to capture someone that's tempered and use it on them, I guess.
It's just as well. She'll never run again.
The fault is mine. I'm sorry.
You're gonna pay for it out of pocket.
Don't be. It may fall short of dimension hopping, but a cure for tempering is not to be sniffed at.
True story.
This, my friend, is a world-changing discovery. One we're proud to have had a hand in. A few Magitech terminals are a pittance to pay.
You go the American route and privatize the cure for tempering.
Thank you.
Well, we've done what we can. The rest is up to you.
Reviving the legacy. Complete. Boom. Forget us not. Alize has only one thing on her mind. At long last, we have the cure. In theory, at any rate, we cannot be certain until such time as we put it to proof, and I'm quite confident. Well, if we test it on someone, I suggest Garbu. His symptoms are relatively mild. As long as you exercise due caution. Yes, as long as we exercise due caution, it'll be fine. Without further ado, then let's make for Limsa. we keep Garbu waiting long enough. Alright, let's teleport. Where's it? Master on command, so I'm going to aft castle. Aft castle. Zoom. Of course, where the crowd is. Well, this is the moment of truth. We have our host bring Garbu to us at once. Oh, he's so cute. Look at the little key.
Apologies for the wait.
Garbu, have you been good?
Still no change, I'm afraid. He just stands there in silence until we move him.
It's all right now. We're going to help you get better.
Fancy meeting you here.
Alphino Yushtola! I thought you were attending to primal matters.
Hey, hey.
We were, and came here for a meeting on the subject. Certain pirate factions did not deign to attend, however, and it was cancelled.
We had resigned ourselves to having wasted a journey when we chanced to espy you. Could it be that there has been progress with the treatment?
Yeah, we found a potential cure for tempering, which is unheard of.
Using Magitech terminals to formulate the solution. I would never have contemplated such an approach.
It is a thing that happens quite a lot in real life. Just like get servers that just crunch evolutions of like things.
So this new magic, adapted from memory transference, would be used to purge the subject of their fanatical faith, while Angelo would be responsible for reanimating the ether of their soul. Yet I wonder at the practicalities. If one were to reanimate the soul first, it would only serve to exacerbate the tempering. Conversely, a stagnant soul would not respond to the effects of the magic. Would both need to be performed simultaneously?
Ah, nothing escapes Master Matoya's inquiring eye. As you say, both must be carried out simultaneously. And thus, I propose to imbue Angelo with the tempering treatment in much the same manner as I did the spirit vessels.
By doing so, we also spare Graha the trouble of casting spell after spell. It's really rather efficient.
Be that as it may, certain difficulties are unavoidable. The imbuing process will still require no small amount of ether. And, as I can no longer draw upon the Crystal Tower's stores of energy, I will be compelled to rely on those of others.
Can we just give you some
Well,
mana crystals?
I for one would be glad to assist.
As would I. Since the resumption of our duties, it has been naught but stuffy meetings, and I have ample ether to spare.
It's going to be hard to do it one at a time.
With your permission then, let us begin.
Cool effects though.
Yes, this will do.
You need like the ether of
And
3
now,
people to do it.
It's my turn.
That's cool. Don't pop him.
'Tis done.
No small amount indeed.
Well, we seek to go where even the Allegans did not. It was never like to be easy. The rest is up to you, Alize. The treatment itself will take time.
I'm sure our host can spare one.
I will go with her. It may be a while before we return, so I would ask for your patience and your faith.
We'll bring Gabu back. You see if we don't.
I don't doubt.
'Twould seem our part is played. Let us find a place to recuperate while we wait for news.
Right, can we go get food? Well, this seems as good a spot as any to have a rest. Standing out in the rain, as you do.
For years, Eorzea has labored to find a solution to the primal problem, without success. Any hope that tempering could be reversed faded long ago.
Until now.
I myself had given it up as impossible. Given up on the tempered and the light corrupted alike. They were problems to be tolerated, or else eliminated, I believed. And to think otherwise was pure naivety. Childishness, even. But Alize refused to give up. She struggled and she struggled. And her efforts were rewarded with a way to bring back Halric. And now countless others may no longer be beyond salvation. However much we bicker, I have the greatest respect for my sister. Had I half her stubbornness, nay, her unwillingness to accept the status quo, I would be a far better person. A far better scion.
Why don't you tell her this? There we go. Don't tell me, tell her. Well, if it's any consolation, she's in awe of your work. Don't tell me, tell her.
I should, I know. Yet, despite my good intent, I have the feeling that I would only succeed in incurring her ire.
Oh, siblings. You half dead.
Alize, are you all right?
Just tired, I guess.
The treatment. Did it work?
Looks like good news.
Oh, I'm so glad to see you all.
Oh.
Delighted, happy, glad.
Gabu!
I wonder if that makes them immune. I guess it doesn't.
All this time, my mind was filled with thoughts of Great Father Titan. But I never forgot about Mother and Father, or always. They were in my heart. Constantly, ever, always. So I tried to focus on their faces. Theirs and yours. Alize's.
Your hopes reached Gaboo. They helped him to hold on.
I'm so proud of you, Gaboo.
I couldn't have done it without you, Alize. Can you help the others too? Cure them, heal them, help them?
Yes, we can. All of them.
Without wishing to dampen the mood, I feel compelled to add certain caveats regarding the viability of the treatment for general use.
We'll just have to make it more efficient, I guess.
As you know, reversing the effects of tempering demands a profuse amount of ether. And while Alize was able to heal Gaboo alone, I fear the same will not be true for those who exhibit more advanced symptoms. Moreover, the treatment's effects are limited to the soul. It offers no succor to those whose very flesh has been altered through prolonged exposure to a primal's influence.
Is that not an imbalance of aether as well?
All of which is to say that we cannot save everyone.
Maybe we can't, or maybe we can. No one gave us a hope of saving Gaboo, and yet here we are. We must find a way to treat as many as possible.
Then the next logical step would be to produce a veritable army of Porkses, would it not? Granted, it seemed a simple enough process in the first, but I suspect it will be different here in the source. Not that I am any authority, of course.
Yet there is an authority on familiars to whom we may grudgingly turn. She's stubborn, haughty, eccentric, irascible, laconic, annoying. And her name is Master Matoya, the real one.
I have to go now, Gaboo. But the people here will look after you, all right? And I promise to come and visit you again soon.
All right. Thank you, Alize. Thank you.
For to get us not. Like master-like pupils. As she will be at pains to remind me, I have not paid Master Matoya a visit since returning from the first. This seems as good a time as any. Come, let us make for her cave. I guess I pressed the wrong one. Yeah. I think there's a new dungeon here. Senator. I take it you're ready to bear witness to the joyous reunion of master and pupil? Very well.
Nary a word from you all this time. Then you bring every man and his pirogo with you. Did no one teach you any manners, girl?
They were too busy teaching me etherology, Master. Jesting aside, I wanted to be the one to express our gratitude. I am told you spared no effort to sustain our bodies while we were away. And for that, we owe you our lives. Thank you.
Well, you didn't sustain mine, because mine wasn't in the same situation.
You were gone so long. I was starting to think you'd set your heart on staying.
It wasn't easy to leave, as it happens. Seldom does one have the opportunity to study other worlds, and I would not have minded extending my stay by a handful of years.
Ever the scholar. Y'shtola dedicated herself to studying ancient civilizations of the First, befriending a tribe known as the Knights Blessed in the process. There she took on the name of Matoya and won the respect of all the children of the forest.
Spoilers.
I merely adopted an alias in accordance with the custom of my hosts. Yours just happened to be the first name that came to mind.
You mean to tell me you went gallivanting about using my name and only bother to visit when you need a favor? And don't pretend you don't. I taught you long enough.
I learned it all from you.
Indeed. And devoted pupil that I am, I could not fail to recall my master's sage advice. When the answer eludes you, look to the wisdom of your elders.
You there. Were you going to introduce yourself?
Anything? No. Got her.
How remiss of me. Grahatia is my name, and I am proud to call myself a scion. I too wish to offer my gratitude for your invaluable aid in sustaining the Archon's bodies, as well as my apologies. It was my inexpert summoning spell which endangered their lives in the first place.
Ah, yes. The one bent on digging up the mysteries of Alag. Old Galaf used to speak of you, and Kryles told me all about your recent exploits. Do you have a bad back or something? At ease, boy. Whatever mess you've made, I'm not in the habit of dwelling on the failings of the younger generation.
You are too kind. I've also heard much and more about you, Master Matoya. 'Tis an honor to finally make your acquaintance.
Well, that's more than enough pleasantries for anyone. Tell me what you want. I haven't got all day. So that's the way of it. It should be a simple enough matter to make the familiar. The magic, on the other hand.
Ah, that you may leave to me. Being the only one possessed of royal blood, I alone can imbue the subject with the necessary magic.
So I just need to create porxes with the power to stir the soul. Just, I say. Though we're talking about a veritable herd of the little buggers. We'd collapse before we reached double figures.
So not a copy-paste function.
But if I could get a familiar to create the familiars, a mother Porksy, as it were.
Can we do like an Uber spell?
Seems I haven't seen the last of that moldy old hole after all.
Alright, off to my old workshop then. Everything required to make your familiar is there. That may be, but no one has set foot in there since the Exodus. I dread to imagine what's become of it. Oh, there's sure to be a handful of feral familiars and mayhap a monster or two. Nothing to trouble the likes of you. You can consider cleaning up the place payment for my help. Fine, we'll do it. Good girl. Now, if there are no objections, I suggest you run along to the Maker's Quarter. I'll send one of my pirogos ahead to let you into the workshop. You need only tell them who you are. One can't be too careful after all. Now off you go. Alright, so this is the new dungeon. That is for this patch. Where is... Where do I put random? Well, I mean, I like this one anyway, I love Naboo. Greetings, Ribbit. Puro Rogo the Unwashed. Greetings, Ribbit, and welcome to my good mistress's relict. Puro Rogo is my name, and I am honoured to be your guide. Within, you will find a space dedicated to making of familiars, along with a cavern wherein the requisite ingredients may be had. I must warn you, however, the place has not been host to a single soul, much less a broom, in over 15 years, and will, I regret, be in some disarray. But rest assured, my brothers and I shall see to it you do not lose your way. Now then, Ribbit, only say the word and I'll show you in. Oh, yeah. Alright, let's see what this dungeon's about. Join. Oh, that's cool. That looks like Dragon Quest? 5 minutes, so it shouldn't take too long. So this is the Halloween version of this mount. Oh, that's new. Tarantula Hawk. Okay, that's pretty cool. Not overly familiar with that costume. That's the recent stuff. I think that's the crafting stuff. That's pretty cool. I like that. While we're waiting, I could show you my glamours. Yeah, well, maybe not then. I'll show it to you when we're in a city. That way you can actually see my glamours. That's mostly the... they're like the thingy. Red ones, you'll see it. Not really a fan of that purple. It's alright. You can acquire diamond robe of custom. Latoya's Relic. So this is the first time doing this dungeon, so this experience should be new to me as well. Oh, that sound effect. Very Halloween-y. It'd be great if it came out around then. Very,
Right. To begin with, I need you to gather a few ingredients. Listen well to what the Pirogos say, or you'll wish you had.
That theme seems familiar. Tank, can you tank? I'm probably going to need that, and I'm probably going to need that as well. But since I'm not a magic caster in this dungeon, I won't be able to actually need it. Way. I'll equip it after a dungeon. Pretty sure that's from like FF9. How do I know that? That I definitely don't need, and that I'll probably will. Battle dance material. Solos from Festival Shiva. Riku Rama. Probably pay more attention to my surroundings. I'm gonna follow you guys. Okay, I guess that killed you. How did I forget hit? Okay. Read and... Alright. I wonder if that changes every time. Relic flash. Fobad. That's a big one. Maybe. Don't need it. Bomb material. Oh, hello, Moses. Parting lava. I guess that's like Moses 2.0. He just upgrades his skill. Spell. We have to beat the mother
Right
proxy
then.
into submission.
Let's get this over with.
Yeah, I figured.
Newborns are wont to be difficult. Sure, who's in charge?
Your Majesty. Queen Poxy the First. In my rotation. I mean, I was pretty bad at them anyway, but... Way. Thanks, Eula. GG. No, we didn't beat you that hard. Wakey, wakey.
There we are. Quite tame.
Then all that remains is for me to imbue her with the magic. My friends, I'm afraid I must trouble you for your ether once more.
You know I'm right here. God, this music slaps.
That should suffice.
Good. Let's set her to work then, shall we? I want to see some porkses. Assuming that is, someone can spare the requisite energy.
Slave driver.
A mere drop in the ocean for the great sorceress Matoya, I dare say.
What you get for borrowing her name. I've got one as a mount.
Excellent. Our very own litter of Angelos. And we can make as many more as we want, simply by providing the Mother Porksy with additional ether.
I will require a moment before I try again.
It's still hard work, but a damn sight more efficient than making them one by one.
It's true.
Thank you, Master Matoya. Everyone. We're a step closer to our goal.
Distributed amongst the allied nations, they should do much to facilitate closer dialogue with the beast tribes. And given their present travails, I believe our friends in Limsa Laminsa should be the first beneficiaries.
Agreed. Though I must leave this errand to you. I doubt my legs will carry me out of the cave, much less to Vilbrand. Thank you for taking the lead in gathering the ingredients. I expect you would benefit from a rest too.
Yeah. I mean, you know me, I'm a machine.
In addition to the porksies, I trust you've gained an inkling of how much effort goes into the creation of familiars. Or mayhap you attribute your struggles to old age.
If I said yes, would it persuade you to treat me like an adult?
I think that's ever going to happen.
Not with that pertness, it wouldn't. Anyway, assuming you have no other favors to ask, I shall be leaving.
She's an rascal old lady. Alright. Alphinae is here somewhere. There he is. Come on. There we go. Lest you wonder, Master Matoya has returned to her cave which is stole. They're like two peas in a pod, are they not? You may now enter Matoya's relic with a party of NPC avatars to make use of this feature. Open the trust interface located on the duty and main menu. Admiral's resolve. Alfna is eager to deliver the good tidings to Limsa Lominsa. Well then, my friends, let us return to Limsa Lominsa and deliver the good news to the Admiral. A word to the officer in Bulwark Hall should suffice to secure us in audience. Alright, let's TP. Time to make like a tree and get out of here. Okay, let's, what was that, 100? There we go, retrieve material, no, extract material. Savage Might, 51, 58, 85, 27, 100. Alright. Again. Three Duskwater. 5 Magneto. Zanziel. Why, Zachariah, ever a welcome sight. Tidings for the Admiral, you say? She is presently receiving guests, but for the Scions, I know she'll make an exception. Follow me. Ah, cool. The Sahagan. That is a fancy hat. My friends, what brings you here this day? We can cure the tempered. Is this true? By the Navigator, a cure for temperance. As often as I've been in awe of you Scions, I would not have thought it possible. And yet it is, Admiral. We have done it, here in Limsa, and production of more familiars already begun. You have my thanks, truly. This would do much to advance the cause of peace, yet I fear it will take more to close the rift twixt man and beast. Bah, even to speak thus divides us. Welcome as it is, a cure will not guarantee reconciliation between our peoples, for through summoning and the tempered may serve to fuel the conflict, they are but a symptom of it. If we are to resolve the primal problem once and for all, we must address the cause. We must strive for mutual understanding and find a way to leave our bloody past behind. 'Twas I who moved the Alliance Renew to push for peace. Hey, I'm all for it. Like all of the civilized nations in inverted commas kept encroaching on their territory. Of course they're going to summon their gods. Since our ancestors came to these shores some 7 centuries past, we Lominsans have been at odds with those who share our island home. Save for a brief moment of cooperation with the kobolds, our history have been one of nigh constant territorial squabbling. Meanwhile, our struggle with the Sahagan for control over the seas has only grown fiercer. A matter made worse by the thrice-damned calamity driven them to seek new spawning grounds. The survivor at stake each had no choice but to fight, so I dismissed peace as impossible. Impossible is a word coined by the weak, I proclaim to all who'd listen. and then gave up. You and yours put me to shame. Since you led us to victory against the Black Wolf, you have achieved the impossible again and again and again. And I thought it high time I followed suit, hence my proposal to the Alliance Council. Oh, that's nice. I always liked her. But no sooner did I reach out to our neighbours in Vilbrand than my own people sought to thwart me. You speak of the pirates who failed to attend the meeting. Aye, acting through a friendly faction among the kobolds, we had intended to seek an audience with a prominent patriarch. But the bloody executioners would not hear of it, and their absence sent a message to the rest. Though they are but one of the 3 pirate powers, they are the greatest, and any attempt at peace would flounder without them. It is flounder, not founder, right? I'm given to understand that their leader, Captain Kulfur, has been bedridden for some time with Elm of the Lungs. Correct. In his absence, his right hand leads, a man named Sicard, but recently risen to prominence amongst their ranks. Sounds like he's the Discord. Save for his disdain for authority, little was known about him. We have invited him to speak with us once more, but he will not come. I tasked the Yellow Jackets and the Rogues to uncover his motives, but they have learned naught of value. Leave it to us. We're keepers of the peace, not soldiers. We have a nose for the truth. Whatever this Sicard wants, we'll find out. Truly, I would be much obliged. I shall look forward to hearing what you learn then. Good luck. Naturally. There's no luck needed. It's me. The hero of everywhere. By the way, by way of first step, I suggest we split up and make inquiries around the town. Someone must know this Sicard. If you can approach the pirates, Zechariah, the rest of us will seek out merchants and adventurers. Why do I get the nasty ones? Not that they'd pose a problem for me, but that's neither here nor there. Okay, so Culinarians Guild, Aft Castle. Culinarians Guild. Oh, this guy. Caberlet. Curious about Sicard, are you? As am I, my friend. As am I. Sadly, I know nothing of the man, save that the bloody executioners experienced a marked improvement in their fortunes after his promotion. Quite how he achieved that is a matter of some debate. As you know, the thalassocracy permits us to attack only Garlean vessels, yet these have all but vanished from the seas since the Empire turned in upon itself. In order to adapt, we Krakens have taken to trading to the east, but the executions are less forward-thinking. I cannot imagine they would willingly abandon their old ways. So how, then, are they lining their coffers? Whatever their secret, they are not likely to share it with their rivals, but mayhaps you will have more luck. Alright, off castle it is. Three full sets, 5, 10, 4, 30 million. I guess it's crafting. Kalaya. The missing member. Rossman. Yeah, you want to know about Sicard? He's a willy bugger, that's what he is. Found some clever way to make coin, they say, and traded it for Munkin Kit's place at Old Kulfur's side. There was time we raced the executioners for pick of the Empire's fleet, but the Guardians are gone, and them days with them. Owing to which we've all of us had to look for other ways to make ends meet with that jumped up build Ratsicard landing the Juicius, wherever it may be. Not that we Sirens are struggling, mind. We do well enough guarding fishing boats from the fishbacks and other beasties. Get the first pick of the produce for our troubles, see? Quality stuff at a bargain price. And we pass on to our sisters as can't sell on account of getting old or wounded, or with child, and they cook up and sell out for a pretty profit. Oh, I miss the old ways, don't get me wrong, but when I see the girls with their little ones, I think to myself, life of peas and quiet ain't all bad. That's fair, yeah, that's fair, that's fair. What gear did I get? I think I got one for the Lancer. Yeah, I got 2 pieces for the Lancer. I got some for my mages. I got one for my mage, okay. Did I get any for my tank? No. What about my monk? No. Then? No. The only one would be healer, probably. No. No, that's it. Alright, that works. Back to my bird. Speak with Alfie now. Right, back to the core. I see everyone has returned now. Who would like to go first? Nobody knows how they're earning their money. So just as their imperial pride began to disappear, Sika turned the executioner's fortunes around with a mysterious new source of income. Whatever it is, it's nothing to scoff at. According to the taverns keeper I spoke to, the crew has been indulging themselves as never before, but no amount of drink seems to loosen their tongue as to how they come by their coin. For my part, I spoke with a reporter from the Harbour Herald. The publication has been investigating the secret of the executioner's good fortune and make little headway. Plainly, the executioners do not wish the nature of their business to be made public. Probably trading with the Guardians. I think I may know why. In the course of making inquiries in Hawker's Alley, an interesting fact came to light. Just as the executioners begin to enjoy better fortunes, the price of crystal went into sharp decline. A sudden fall in demand, I was told. Curiously, I contract Hoary Boulder, who's been watching the movements of the beast tribes, and my suspicions were proven correct. Despite ever-worsening relationships between the beast tribes and the Thalassocracy, neither Titan nor Leviathan has made an appearance of late, suggesting the Kobolds and Sahagan lacks the means in which to summon them. Yeah, it's going to Guardians. Do you mean to say the executioners are divesting them of their crystals? All indications point to that conclusion, yes, though we have no hard evidence as of yet. We must investigate further. Agreed. So how do we proceed? Oh, I have an idea about that. In fact, I've already taken the liberty of making certain provisions. Right. The search for Sakaar. Alphino has the look of a man with a plan, as always. During my inquiries, a disgruntled merchant informed me that a wholesaler of crystals has recently arrived in Limsa, offering wares at prices far undercutting the competition. After asking around, I was able to gain an introduction and will shortly pose as a potential buyer in a bid to establish the crystal's provenance. The man is due to be at Oshon's Embrace in Lower Lanoska shortly. I suggest we make our way there at once. See if I can get at Oshon's from here. No. That's kind of annoying. Alright, I guess I'll ride out from here then. It's about the same as if I teleported to the other place. Selling Sam chest, level 510. Yeah, it must be a new one. The Crafton. Be a crowd probably. There we go. That appears to be our merchant. Wish me luck. Wait. If he is truly in league with the bloody executioners, he will surely be wary of those allied to the Admiral. The Scions, not least of all. Compared to yours and Zachariah's, mine is an unfamiliar face. Let me play the role of the buyer. Graha's right. Even if you're not recognised on sight, you look too genteel to be mixing with society's underbelly. Genteel? But very well. I'll leave it to you, Graha. Got business with me, cat boy? You're the crystal wholesaler? You goof. That I am, but you're no merchant. What do you want the crystals for? Come on, you idiot. Don't look at us, you idiot. You'll give us away. Uh-oh. Oh, I see. You're a weaponsmith, am I right? You need crystals to make stuffs like that fine specimen you got there. Yeah, exactly. That's right. I am indeed a weaponsmith, and I use naught but the finest materials. I bid you show me your wares. We don't invite just anybody in our storehouses. Takes time to establish trust, you understand. Look, I have a large and urgent commission. If the quality is satisfactory, I will not quibble over the price. Alright, it's plain it's no ordinary crystal adorning your stuff, so I make an exception. Come with me. That is surprisingly easy. You've been led to an ambush. It's weird, because like, in the entire expansion he's been acting wildly and suddenly he's an idiot. It seems to be working. Let's follow them. Alright. They went into that tunnel quietly now. You won't find any finer, especially not at the price. Indeed, I would expect to pay more than double for such quality. How could they possibly be so cheap? There's nothing unlawful about them, if that's what you're worried. If that's your worry. They're from Olgamoro, if you take my meaning. Stuff's as pure as it gets, you won't be disappointed. So, how much do you want? Hey, who are you? Olgamoro. Taken from the kobolds, just as we suspected. That's why you always have someone watch your back. That's enough. Shut your gobs and turn around, slowly. I'm gonna guess that's thingy-my-bob. Yep, I'm Sicard, acting captain of the Bloody Executioners. No need to introduce yourselves. We know who you are, scions. Of course you do. And we also know you've been chatting to the Admiral. Got eyes and ears everywhere, see? Comes with being the only true pirate crew left in Limsa. So we've established you ain't here to buy crystals. The question is, what are you here for? You are bold to reveal yourself to us without knowing our objective, but that would explain your swift rise to power. You've spoken plain, so I shall do so in return. We came here to learn why the Bloody Executioners oppose the Admiral's will. And we have our answer. Should Limsa Lominsa make peace with the kobolds, you would lose the source of your newfound wealth. That's right. Just to remind you though, we ain't breaking any rules here. The law forbids us from attacking any vessel not flying the Imperial flag, but it doesn't say nothing about beastmen. Only reason we keep our operation nice and quiet because we don't want no one taking our business. Wait, just listen to the end, will you? For what it's worth, I have the highest respect for you and yours. Him, especially. While the Maelstroms were worrying about dirt in their fancy red clobber, you lot stormed Ugamare and battered Bleeding Titan himself. Raised a mug to you when I heard the news. And now we're following your footsteps, making sure the beastmen never summon their stinking gods again. Practically your successors, we are. When there were still Imperial ships about, we did our bit for Limsa and went after them. But with the Garleans gone, there's no one left to ply our trade on, except the Beastmen. So let us have that, eh? Is only fair. Contentious though some may find your views, it's true you have broken no laws. That being so, I see no reason why you should not state your case directly to the Admiral's face, unless the acting captain of the only true pirate crew left in Limsalomins has some other cause to hide and cave. Well said. Well said indeed. Alright, I'll meet with the Admiral. I'll even provide the venue. The Stellacia. I trust you won't turn down the invitation? Gotta prepare for an ambush, just in case. The search for Sakars. Alphino is keen to report back to the Admiral. I thought myself the hunter, but it turns out I was the prey. A timely reminder that the pirate powers of Limsalomins are not to be trifled with. But all's well that ends well. Grahatia's timely provocation had the desired effect, and Sakard had agreed to a meeting. Let's hurry back to Limsalomins and pass on his invitation to the Admiral. Speak with Merrill Webb in the command room. I thought that said the itinerant Moogle was playing that. No. Just some shorty. Sanctus Obscurum. What's my title? Is my title also God of War? Yeah. Zechariah, your companions have already reported to the command room. Will you be joining them? Yes. Yes, I will. Yes, I think I shall. Merrill Webb. Welcome back, my friends. What's the news? A lot. So they've been stealing crystals from the kobolds. Thanks for solving the mystery and securing a meeting besides. Suffice to say, I accept Sakard's invitation and would have you join me as my guests. The future of Limsa hangs upon the outcome of this meeting, and I would have the signs present to bear witness. I'll be there to be witness and to be keepers of the peace. Something tells me there's going to be a piratey coup.
Look who's come crawling! Traitor!
Yeah.
You can shove your peace!
Is he the new
Welcome
Esme?
aboard, Admiral. I'll wager you don't.
It was kind of you to invite us. Now, if Captain Hillfear has a message for me, I bid you speak it.
We have just the one demand. That you forget this bilge about making peace with the Beastmen.
Just for your own profit. It's very real world.
Ours is a nation of pirates. Always has been, always will be. Deny us our right to plunder, and you deny who we are.
Too bloody right! Pirates till we die!
What we want, we take!
Fucking pirates. God damn. We do not serve.
Piracy has no place in our future.
What'd she say?
Pirates have no place.
Our nation has prospered through piracy, 'tis true. Yet it is but one part of our long and storied history. Centuries ago, our ancestors led a failed rebellion and were driven from their homes with little more than the shirts on their backs. In fear of their lives, they sailed south until they came to these shores. Finding the land occupied by kobolds, however, they were forced to turn to piracy in order to survive. And survive they did. But not so long ago, when the Empire threatened to crush everything we'd built, we set aside piracy and joined hands with our neighbors. This too was in order to survive. And survive we did. Time after time we fought the Empire, and time after time we won. And through trade with our newfound allies, we prospered more than we ever did through pillaging and plundering. The Empire teeters on the brink of collapse. Ere long, provinces like Wurlit and Bosnia and many others will regain their freedom. When they do, our matchless fleet will lead the world in a new golden age of commerce.
It'll be the British Empire.
The tides favor us, and the ocean beckons with her vast bounty. But if we cling to the old ways, this great ship we call Limsa will trade the boundless seas for a lagoon. Shall we scorn the world's wealth for a plundered pittance then? Or shall we embrace change and thrive like our ancestors before us? The choice is yours. But if we are to prosper in the coming age, the whole of Vilbrand must become our ship, and a kobold and Sahagin our crewmates.
I wish people
Rousing
were,
words.
this easy
Might
to
even
convince.
be some truth in them. But pirating's all we've ever known. And we ain't about to give it up just 'cause you say so. Still, we're all Aminsons here and no one wants a war. So where does that leave us?
A duel?
Long before you became Admiral, I heard you was captain of the League of Lost Bastards. That true? If so, you'd know how we pirates settle our differences.
A duel.
Very good.
Very well. As Admiral of Limsa Laminsa, I accept your challenge.
Just hope you're not gonna pull some Asian tricks. How many steps are they taking? I thought it was 10 steps. Are you kidding me? How accurate are they? Nice. She hasn't lost her skill.
This ain't over! Not till one of us is dead! Finish the job! Or I will!
I guess he's alright after all.
It's the captain!
Captain Elfair! Ye fool! 'Twas over afore it began.
Yar.
Captain!
Seems the whelps have been yapping while their master was abed.
Yeah, they can. Good to see you well.
Listen well, all of ye. Since the signing of the Galadian Accord, we all of us have been part of the same crew. The crew of the good ship Limsa Laminsa. At the helm of that ship is the Admiral. And 'tis she who decides where we sail. Was I not clear on that point? Or did you forget whose deck you stand on? Nay? Then what in the seven hells are you playing at?
It's all we know, Captain. If we ain't pirates, what are we?
You're bloody idiots is what ye are. Idiots with your own lives ahead of ye. Ye can do anything ye want. Be anything you want. We're pirates, aye. And we pirates love our loot. But that ain't our first love. Our first love is the sea. The sea! And what she brings us. Freedom! So hold fast to that. Let the brine-crusted husk that stands before you now be the last of them as knew naught save out of steel. And make of yourselves a new breed of pirate! Lad, I made ye me right hand 'cause I saw something in ye. And I still do. You have the makings of a captain. All you lack's the belief. Well now, it seems we're of one mind after all. Apologies for the misunderstanding, Admiral. We're with ye, wherever ye be headed.
You have my thanks, Hilfir.
Shouldn't force yourself.
Your choice of dueling pistol did not escape my notice. Good old Annihilator. Ender of many a proud pirate's voyage. Mistbeard's vanished into legend, and it won't be long before I take my rest in the depths. Yet be that as it may, the old ways can only truly die when we've dealt the Empire the telling blow. There'll be stormy seas ahead, no doubt. But I'm trusting ye to steer us through to the other side.
Yeah, if only real life was that easy. Though I had anticipated a duel, I did not foresee that Hilfir would intervene. But full glad am I that he did. It would have been shame to kill the boy. Instead, the whelp had learned a valuable lesson and we have made peace amongst ourselves. All that remains is to do likewise with our neighbours. Ah yes, that old chestnut. That simple old chestnut. Great ship Vilebrand. first time in a long time, Merylwebb's course is clear. Now, I need hardly tell you, but any attempt to negotiate with the tribes is doomed to fail unless their minds can be first wrestled from the grips of their gods. And so in the meeting we seek to arrange with the kobolds, I would have you free their leader of Titan's influence. Leave it to us. We'll open his ears to reason. You have my thanks. Ere we proceed, there's something you should know. Some 50 years passed when the Sahagin swarmed our hulls in ever greater numbers. Limsa entered into a convent with the kobolds. To men shall go the bounty of the sea, to kobold shall go the bounty of the land, an ostensibly equitable arrangement, conspicuously lacking in detail. Aye, inadvertently or not, the wording was ambiguous, and we took advantage of it, moving in to claim the northern reaches of Lanoska, which the kobold believed theirs. Bloodshed followed, then bloodshed to answer the bloodshed, and on it went, till every ilm of Vilbrand bore the stain of our conflict. This is not history, you understand, it is the present, fresh and raw. And with their kindred blood yet on our hands, we will struggle to regain the kobolds' trusts, even should we cure their tempers. Admiral, you speak of obstacles we are like to encounter at the meeting, but as things stand, I see no reason why the kobolds would agree to a meeting in the first place. And so we must provide a reason. I will restore their stolen crystals to them and personally deliver the cargo with my apologies. Bait. They would welcome us into their midst, not to speak of peace, but to have you at their mercy. Aye, and given the wealth of crystals we will bring, I wager they'll attempt to summon Titans, there and then. Meaning a high priest would need to be present, to whom we could administer the cure. Precisely. He is the fish I would catch. But if he will not be alone, nay, he will have guards on hand, and they will lay down their lives to protect him. Yet a single death on the kobold's side would jeopardize our chance at peace, and there my venture flounders. Yet it need not. What if we were to employ the Conqueror's chain? Though we would still have to weaken the kobolds, it would allow us to subdue them without inflicting lasting harm. The artifact Mistbeard used to take goods and not life? Aye, that would serve. Well done, Marshal. Pretty sure he's Mistbeard. So friends, what do you think of our strategy? The effects of tempering are cumulative, and we may safely assume that the High Priest's exposure to primal influence is extensive. It will therefore take a great deal of aether to reverse its effects, not to mention time. Time during which Elise will be defenseless. Even should we all look to her protection, I'm not convinced we could keep an entire army of kobolds at bay. Well, I'm happy to take the risk, if not as if we have any other choice. Besides, it's what Tesleen would do, and I had not followed her example, we wouldn't even have a cure for tempering, much less a chance to bring peace to Vilbrand. So I'm going to cure that priest, or die trying. I believe in you. And I believe in you too, you and everyone. I know you'll keep me safe. It's settled then. See to your preparations and make the camp overlook. We will join you there anon. Maybe I should crank it down a little bit. Boom again. Camp overlook. course there's a crowd. Fucking hell. It's like this every patch. Every big patch, anyway. Athena wasn't lying when he said I'd be defenseless, so I'm counting on you to give me counting on you all to give me the time I need. Our sole purpose will be to keep you out of harm's way, so leave that to us and focus on your own task. Indeed. And should you want for Aether, you need only say the word. You know we'll have crystals there, we could just use that. Babu, did you follow us here? There's something important I want to say to the High Priest. Say. Please, let me come with you. Please. Just be careful of getting tempered again. I'm sorry, but it's too dangerous. I need you to promise me you'll stay here where it's safe, alright? My apologies for the wait. It took time, but we have secured our audience. All unfolded as expected. At the mention of my returning their crystals in person, the kobolds suddenly remembered how keen they were to be reconciled. And so, in the glorious spirit of cooperation, we are to be received by Patriarch Zada of the Second Order, who awaits our presence in the navel. If you are ready, let us proceed to Umagoro Mines at once. I bet he runs then. Probably the most perilous moment or something. Nope, gotta go around, of course I do. No, not here for that. Ah, there we go. There we go. The Aetherite will bear us to our quarry. Should he make to summon Titan, as I anticipate, we will halt the ceremony and restrain him. At this, all hells will break loose and we'll have an army of kobolds to entertain till Alizé's work is done. Remember, none must die. We'll weaken them and let Einzar do the rest. It's time. Stay the course, my friends. I spy calmer waters beyond the squall. Proceed. Alright, no murdering, which is a massive change considering what normally happens. There's the priest. Begin the summoning. I bet I'm probably going to fail it, first instance. Are they dead and or knocked out?
Greetings, Patriarch. I am Merlwib Blufisvin, Admiral of Limsa Laminsa. I come before you to offer my sincerest apologies for the many wrongs committed by my people against you and yours.
You were foolish to come here. Stupid, unwise, foolish. The Great Father shall have your souls for your folly.
Aye, just as we thought.
Alize! Quickly!
You don't need to tell me!
Let none pass. We must grant her as much time as we can.
So we can't kill anyone. We just got to DPS them down. No, not harm.
We must protect Alize!
You're in my sights.
Oh, again.
You're in my sights.
Go, Angelo. Makes sense, we have to do it a few times. Use the crystals.
Just what we need.
I guess I'll do this.
You're not alone.
You're in my sights.
Here you are, Alize.
More! I need more ether! Just a little more!
Oh, crap. Ow. Sure. Ow. Oh, elf name. Did I not die? Come on, I'm recovered.
Yes, this will do. Here I go.
Go, Angela!
Did it work?
What?
Yeah, that wasn't us.
What is the meaning of this?
I'm sorry, but they died by your hand. You sacrificed them to summon Titan.
Well, it wasn't his hand per se.
No, 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 no! Why? Why would I do such a thing?
You're mind controlled. It's not really your fault.
Would that there were a cure for the victims of the Tempered.
Hey, Gabu.
Gabu! What are you doing here?
He's as bad at taking instructions as you are, Lizzie.
Patriarch, please listen to me. Hear, heed, listen.
That's somewhat similar to the beginning.
The Great Father we have been summoning is false. He only hurts us and those we love. For a long time, his voice filled my mind. It told me to do terrible things. Awful, unspeakable, terrible things. But I didn't give in to it. And you mustn't either. There's been too much pain already. So please, end the suffering.
What have I done?
We share this child's desire, Patriarch. An end to summoning, for it spells naught but misery for both our peoples. For many long years, man and kobold have feuded over territory, pillaging and perishing for the earth beneath our feet. It may be said that we fought to survive, but what we have sown in blood, we have reaped in suffering, and it cannot go on. I would see us set aside the past and work together for peace.
It was wrong of me to hurt my own in the name of the Great Father. Sinful, evil, wrong. But that doesn't mean there can be peace between us. Men cannot be trusted. The bounty of the land was to be ours, and yours the bounty of the sea. But you broke the pact! Violated, breached, broke! Unready as we were! What choice had we but to call upon the divine to rid ourselves of your tyranny?
None. And I do not blame you for it. In violation of the spirit, if not the letter, of the pact, we took your lands for our own. The fault lies wholly with us. On behalf of all Laminsons, I offer you my humblest apology. I pray you'll find it in your heart to accept it. Yet I know an apology alone will not serve to make things right. So, we will revise the pact to leave no room for doubt. And any who violate it shall face justice, swift and certain.
No, we won't be fooled. Not again.
Please, hear me to the end. Fleeting though it was, there was a time when man and kobold abided together in harmony, in cooperation. In those days, your people shared the secrets of smelting. Knowledge which allowed Limsa Lominsa to thrive. Much of what we have, we owe to the kobolds. And so, for the good of all who dwell on this isle, I wish to make you an offer. We will bear your people's wares to every corner of the world, and trade them in your stead. In return, we will bring you the bounty, not only of the sea, but lands both near and far. Whatever you desire, the Navigator as my witness, you shall have it. There will be no more man and beastman. Just the crew of the great ship that is Vilbrand. And together, we will share in the wealth of the world. If you'll only accept our hand in friendship.
We want to believe you. We truly do. But we believed you before and you betrayed us. Fooled, deceived, betrayed us.
There are bad men, it's true. But there are also good ones. And the ones before you are the best of them. They were always kind to me. Caring, nice, kind, and I trust them with my life.
Before I became Admiral, I was a pirate. I stole, I fought, I stained the sea red with blood. Such is my past, and I dare not forget it, however much I might want to. That is death penalty. The pistol I used to pass judgment on my own sire when he fell thrall to Leviathan and betrayed his comrades. It's loaded. If you were to point it at my head and pull the trigger, I would most assuredly die. Though it isn't much, my life is the single most valuable thing I possess. If it will suffice to atone for past wrongs, take it. A single bullet to annul the old pact, and my blood to write it anew. What comes after, I entrust to this man, my second in command. I know that he will do his utmost for the happiness of all who call Vilbrand home.
Convenient he happens to be able to use, even though it's not designed for them. I mean, killing one person's not really going to solve anything. And you're going to be killing the biggest proponent of peace with you guys. But like, if you just carry on doing what you're doing, they're going to win against your race anyway, so you just get wiped out. That's going to be a miss.
I do not trust you. Not yet. But Gabu does. And I will trust him.
We want you to know that we respect your faith. There's nothing wrong with giving thanks to the land which sustains you. But summoning is different. Should you hear of anyone who would attempt it, we ask that you appeal to their better judgment, or failing that, seek our aid. We're always ready to help.
Many and more of my brethren are yet enthralled to the Great Father, just as I was. If you could free them too, I would be grateful. Appreciative, thankful, grateful.
Tis we who should be grateful, Patriarch. I thank you for affording us this chance.
There's far the only order, of course, and it will take no small amount of time and effort to reach rest. But reach them we will, however long it takes. I would say that I was in your debt, but that has long been true. So instead, I will say thank you for helping us to plot a new course, not only for Limsa, but all of Eorzea. Alright. I guess I just... Oh, there you are. Yeah, up and there, hidden in the weeds.
Right. Let's return to the Rising Stones.
Admiral, something strange is afoot at the floating city.
Breathe, man. What is it?
What is it now?
I think it's best you see for yourself.
Alright. Please come take a look at this cliche. Come on.
What in the world is that?
Ooh, mysterious.
A tower.
You can see it too, then? I feared I was losing my wits. One moment I was patrolling as usual, and the next it was just there.
Yes? This is she. I am. I'm looking at it. What? Understood. Send the Elder Seedseer my regards. The communications officer. It seems this isn't the only tower. They've sprung up all across Eorzea.
Ruh-roh.
Nothing more is known, only that they appear to be of Garlean construction. Our allies on the Alamegan front are... Forgive my directness, but would you join them? They may well need the help.
Of course, Admiral. We shall make all haste.
My thanks. I will return to Limsa to weigh our response. Look for Commander Hext when you arrive in Alamigo, and may the Navigator speed you on your way.
An unforeseen complication. No rest for the wicked.
Thank you for coming so soon. I'll send for Commander Aldin at once, and we can decide what to do about these infernal towers.
Broken present!
Huh. That new fucking Ascian.
It can't be.
What was that thing?
The palace! After them!
You're here, good.
Ooh, fancy robes.
Well!
to be received by such an illustrious cast.
And Daniel.
Why? Even the hero of the piece is here. I feel quite starstruck.
You're gonna be struck, alright?
Is that Asahi?
His body, more like. You don't fool us.
Oh! You saw straight through it. Anyone would think you dealt with Asians before.
Asians are our specialty.
Permit me to introduce myself. I am Fandango. And may I say what a pleasure it is to finally make your acquaintance.
He's got a fancy face wig. The towers. What are they for?
My, straight to business, is it? Suit yourself. It is my intention to recreate the final days. To which end I have distributed a collection of rather ingenious devices, or towers, which will, in time, give rise to the grandest of spectacles.
The final days? But it was the Asians who labored to prevent them.
You're quite right, though I would expect no less from one responsible for eliminating my unsundered colleagues. Honestly, the three of them were obsessed with restoring the one true world. As a sovereign individual, however, I never had much interest in such things. I mean, why bother when you're just another sundered minion?
I mean, he has a point. Not like you fought against them for
Elidibus
it.
was not convinced by that argument, but thanks to you, I'm finally free of his incessant nagging. Free to use my powers as I see fit, to fulfill my heart's desire. And my heart's desire is to lay this half-broken world to waste, leaving nary a fleck of dust behind!
What? Why would you want such a thing?
Because I want wretched creatures who ask such meaningless questions to die! You! And you! And you! I want you all to die! And I want to die too! Oh,
A nihilist,
yes!
of course.
I want to die and take everyone with me in a paroxysm of pain and suffering! I'm different, you see, from the ancients who clung to dear life, and from you. So don't bother trying to reason with me. You will find I have no reason, or creed, or any such tripe.
That certainly makes it easier to go against you.
I just want to destroy the world. But please do resist with all your might. It will add to my enjoyment. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, keep your eyes peeled, for the curtains have risen on the spectacle to end all spectacles. We, the Telophoroi, shall be your performers and this very star our stage.
Well, you know he's an Asian because he sure likes to hear his own voice. Far and below.
Ah, but I nearly forgot. I have a message for you. My esteemed patron, Lord Xenos, eagerly awaits you at the heart of the chaos. While I wish only to destroy the world, he exists solely to relive a certain, transcendent moment with you. And it is for that reason he would reduce all to ash. Pray see to it his dreams do not go unfulfilled. For if you should disappoint him, my trusty companion here, whom I've dubbed Lunar Bahamut, will burn your cities.
Everyone out! My men will tend to the blaze.
Thank goodness everyone's safe. We managed to pull out the fire, though not quickly enough to save the garden. Raban, can I leave it to you to send word to the Alliance? I'm going to take a unit and investigate the tower. I need to find out what it's for. We'll go with you. No, you won't. You'll rest. From what Merylweb tells me, you're due for some time off duty. Should we learn anything about the tower, we'll be sure to share it with you. Until then, I want you to rest. Very well, but if you need our help, don't hesitate, and take care, both of you. What is that up? Dalmascan's Road. Oh yeah, of course. Who? Wardona. Right, okay. Yes, the Hercules top. That would make for great, like, Scorpion, Sub-Zero cosplay. As we're all here, perhaps those who bore witness to the events in Elmigo could treat the rest of us to a first-hand account. Yeah, we got a crazy Asian who wants to destroy the world. At least, you know, we won't feel sorry for Fan Daniel. No sooner do we overcome one problem, another appears. Well, it's almost like it's a video game. It would all seem tediously predictable, but for the endless variety of our foes. This Fan Daniel sounds even more unhinged than his patron. He also called his dragons Lunar Bahamut. Let's not forget that little detail. Oh, okay. That's a new one. And the creature certainly did resemble the Elder Primal. That may be, but the fact that it answered to Fandaniel would suggest they are not one and the same entity. I think it more probable it is some manner of simulacrum born of Asian magics. Whatever it is, for now we can but work closely with the Alliance and remain vigilant. I believe that concludes our news. What of yours, Yushtola? I've been to see the Sultana. Knowing how quickly the immortal flames are to dispose of their tempered, I judge it best to provide them with a cure first. As soon as I had sufficiently recovered, I travelled to Ulda and delivered the porksies to Her Grace, along with detailed instructions on their use. Yet my visit chanced to coincide with the arrival of some troubling tidings. The immortal flame's been on the cusp of agreeing to a truce with the Imalja when negotiations abruptly collapsed. The Imalja claim a number of their kind have been abducted and that men are responsible. Naught is known of the perpetrators as yet, but as the immortal flames went about investigating the abductions, they came upon one of Fandaniel's towers. On the subject of the towers, you may be interested to learn they are not an exclusively Eorzean phenomenon. According to the Alliance, they have been sighted as far afield as Yangsha. Then it would seem reasonable to assume they are everywhere. We have simply not found them. Well, as you said yourself, we could do little for now save remain vigilant. And since we are dealing with a dragon, ostensibly at least, I believe it would behoove us to enlist the aid of an authority of such foes. Estinian. Estinian? Now wait just a moment. If he could be persuaded to lend us his lance, I would be the first to welcome it. But the truth is, we will struggle to even find him. Hehe, you let me and Kryl worry about that. We'll sniff him out no matter where he's hiding. If indeed he is hiding, we have our ways of locating him. Regardless, if there are no objections, we shall depart at once. Oh, they're so cute. Little popotos. Well, rather than sitting around, I think I might go to each of the city-states and educate them in the use of the porksies. They would doubtless appreciate it, but might you consider taking a moment to rest before leaving? You would be fresher for the task ahead. Well, my friend, our moment of triumph did not last long. Yeah, it never does. 'Tis ever the way. The world often needs saving. Oop. Oh, shit. Are you not enjoying our adventure? Come now, I didn't say that. While it may not be the most carefree experience, there's nothing in the world I'd rather do than write a new future with you. Are you in love with me? A long future, mind. Whatever the Tillafroi might hope, we will stop them, won't we? Together. That sounds like a marriage proposal to me. I don't swing that way. Futures rewritten. The name of the patch. So that should be the final one for this questline. Meanwhile, somewhere in the locks. Looks like it's just outside to me.
The scouts should have been back by now. I'm gonna go and find them.
Uh-oh. Didn't you call enough? Is he possessed?
Oh,
is he gonna blow up?
Thank goodness for that.
Is he turned? Is he evil? Uh-oh. He got tempered. Are they mind control towers? Maybe I should go.
Glory be to God!
Oh shit. Tempering for a nation, eh? That's a pretty good weapon. Morally unethical, obviously, as all weapons are, but you know, as advantages go, that's pretty good.
The piles have been driven as planned, and the first of the beasts has roared to life. Moreover, I am pleased to report that preparations are well underway for the rest. Ere long, chaos shall reign over all the land, as befits the final days.
Call it what you will, so long as my friend returns to me, fangs bared and claws sharpened. I care not.
See, he's the other, he's the yandere, right?
Of course, my lord. By strange coincidence, your dear friend chanced to be present when I made my declaration.
Oh, convenient.
I took the liberty of informing him that you await his coming, though I confess I may have singed him a little in the process.
I'm fine though.
And why do you tell me this? Are you in such a hurry to die?
Ah, my apologies. I must guard my tongue lest it be the end of me.
That or me.
Though, there is something to be said for such a glorious death. Better to fall to one who has it all than falter before an inferior. Huh. I shall keep it in mind as a contingency.
You fucking...
For now, however, I shall proceed with the plan. My lord.
My lord. Ooh, has there been new tombstones?
I must find myself a new weapon. One worthy of our long-awaited reunion.
That's all kind of been that bad. What a waste. I could have had that, mate. God damn. Was that it? I guess. Writer of histories. Okay, so bear with me one sec. It was patch 5.4 FF14 notes. Right, so I want to go to the raid side now. So playable content, that's done. Chronicles Werelit, Resistance Officer in the locks. Okay. That'd be Girabanya. The locks. That'd be here, I think. There we are. So this should lead to the new raids, or some of the new raids. Or a new scenario. Ah, it's good to see you, Zachariah. I'm pleased to report that Master Garland and the others uncovered a fair bit of useful information at the Imperial facility in Turncliffe. In fact, he'd like you to rendezvous with Gaius in Town Square, where he'll reveal what they found. Once you're ready to depart, we'll escort you. Your escort will lead the way. Alright. Alright, lead the way. Gaius. Now that you're here, perhaps Sid will finally deign to dispense his findings. Severa, inform him of Zachariah's arrival. Sure. Thanks for coming. So, what have you discovered? To tell the truth, we were lucky to obtain any information at all, considering the lengths in which the Imperials went to cover their tracks. You see, the hangar below was not just used to store the weapons, but played a critical role in their creation. We now know the code names given to 3 of the weapons, Ruby, Sapphire and Emerald. Obviously, we're all familiar with the first 2, but the third is something of an unknown quantity. At the very least, it confirms the existence of another of those abominations. At the very least? Saying there might be more than one of those? Hope not. The problem lies in ascertaining its whereabouts. None of the locals have seen anything resembling a weapon being transported either by land or air. And sea, yeah. Which of course leads only one option, the sea. According to what fragmented data we're able to recover, the Emerald weapon is equipped with aquatic capabilities, much like Sapphire. Meaning that escape from Turncliffe would have gone undetected and could potentially be anywhere by now. If Alphonse plans to have it absorb more primals, the logical choice would be Eorzea. Specifically, Leviathan. And travelling by sea would allow him to circumvent the front lines at Gimlet entirely. The Alliance must be alerted at once. Hold your chocolate, Severa. It seems the Emerald weapon was still incomplete when the 7th Legion withdrew from Turncliffe. It's far more likely that it was transported to another facility in order to add the finishing touches. If your supposition is correct, that would narrow down our search but to 2 possible locations. Castrum Marinum and in the Rotano Sea and Castrum Occidens in East Lanosca. Both of which are known to harbour remnants of the 14th Legion, your former subordinates, Gaius. Be that as it may, our objective is unchanged. Valdolin, you and Severa will make your way to Castrum Occidens, while Sakurai and I head for Castrum Marinum. Should we locate the Emerald weapon, we will give the signal to dispatch the G-Warrior and eliminate it before it can be activated. Sorry to disappoint you, but we're still repairing damages sustained during the encounter with Sapphire. While Allagan machinery has its uses, it's a bugger to find replacement parts in a pinch. We've actually been working to expand its already impressive arsenal, but G-Warrior itself is no fit state for combat. While I'm aware this is far from adequate replacement, I can provide an unworked submersible to help Sakurai and Gaius reach Castrum Marinum. I'll have one sent ahead to Vesper Bay. Cheers. Well, you know, if we have to take it on foot, we've taken weapons on foot before anyway, so... A submersible, eh? I don't much like the sound of that. Perhaps Severa and I should count ourselves fortunate our destination can be approached by land. I pray you have a safe journey. Watch yourself out there, Zachariah. Yeah, I'll be fine. I've only died before and come back, and I can't drown anyway, so... it's time we departed. Let's make our way to Vesper Bay. Not for the lack of trying, mind you. Ironworks pilot. As per Master Garlon's instructions, the submersible is ready when you are. Before you depart, we received some scraps of intelligence regarding your opponent from my colleagues in Turncliffe. Apparently it's using some sort of levitating hand-like appendages, 6 of them. In fact, though we're not quite sure what purpose they serve, it sounds like having eyes in the back of your head might come in handy. But that's all we know, I'm afraid. You have our thanks. After all, forewarned is forearmed. If the emerald weapon has indeed been transported to Castrum, it would need to enter via the dry dock. We shall do so likewise. As one might expect, there are measures in place to keep out intruders, but the security systems can be tricked into recognizing us as an Imperial vessel. That said, infiltrating the facility is merely the first step. Should the emerald weapon be activated, it's only a matter of time before the pilot uses Oversoul. We must silence the war machina before that happens, and failing that, grant the poor soul at its helm the mercy of a swift death. Had these wounds healed more quickly, I could have gone with you, but I fear I would have only slowed you down. As such, I shall provide whatever support I can from afar. Whatever happens, the emerald weapon must be defeated at all costs. That's a cool one. Okay, I guess I'm going to find emerald weapon. Yeah, what was that? Prototype Gordian Gown of Healing. That's nice. Nice and fancy. What's that? Ronken Visor. Ooh, that's funny. That looks pretty cool. Though I would prefer we avoid engaging my former wards in combat, we cannot allow my sentiments to prevent us from doing what must be done. True enough. True enough. Huh. Oh yeah. Because you can fly here. "16 minutes. So it'll be 11 by the time I hit it. Yeah, let's take a look at some of my glamours. My glamours. Pandora Heinstein. Nysa Kinry. Let's go to a less blue light. Slightly more natural light. Right, you know my Green Arrow cosplay bard. You've got my Lion Knight Paladin with shiny shield. I really need to upgrade this weapon, but I can't be asked to grind for it. You've got my Red Berserker with Cool X, Kazuhiro Fukuhara. Right. Then I've got my Dirk, who is in a Guts cosplay. And for some reason this class is the poster boy of this expansion, despite the fact that there's nothing real specific about this class in regards to the expansion. There's my Gunbreaker, the Squall class, as it were. There's my Monk. I just like that weapon. It's like you're not grabbing weapons per se, but it's just activating punchy stuff. I like the, what is it? It's kind of like the quilted look Oh. Full party. Right, so I'm new to this one as well. This is the emerald weapon. Been expecting you, hero. Yeah. Can we, like... Look, Father, this is the power that we command. Mark 5 anti-icon war mechanized emerald weapon. As one aura to another, can we just, like, you know, negotiate? God damn it. Well, you know, first time. How the fuck did I still get this? Where's the pushback? On the bright side, if I don't attack, I should be immune for a while. Yep. Not even you can beat the Emperor's finest. Oversoul. Gone into the FF7 text box. Rex, what have you done? Interesting. Okay. He's turned into his dad. But his dad's still alive. This is where at the time of the invasion, synthetic parasites. You still don't know what your gold power mode is. Oh, fuck. Whoa. It's what happens when you don't play Final Fantasy 14 for like ages. You just die a lot. Although to be fair, I die quite a lot anyway, so... Uh-oh. Not the music. Legio from Testament. Oh, that wolf's image. No one gonna res me. If I get to the fight. Hopefully I won't die straight away. timing. Shit. Phase 3. Guess not. Alright. And so it ends. But why would Rex throw his life away for this? You're right. If I am ever to learn the truth, I must concentrate on the task at hand. Of course, we do not need to wait for Sid's analysis to tell us whose combat data was used on this occasion. It gars me to think that my techniques and strategies could be so closely replicated. Nonetheless, the observations I've made during the battle may yet prove useful. As a matter of fact, that was not the only information I was able to gather. I intercepted a signal that revealed the troops stationed here were permitted to withdraw, seemingly in return for assisting the 7th Legion. They must have known that the Alliance would follow the Emerald weapon here sooner or later and made good their escape. Meaning the way is now clear for Cid to inspect the war mech and its remains. We got here as soon as we could. Not that we could have done anything to prevent this tragedy. From what we know, it seems the Emerald weapon was ilm for ilm a great deal more powerful than the previous two. If this is allowed to continue, who knows what sort of monstrosity the 7th Legion will conceive next. Nevertheless, Zachariah has once again proven himself capable of overcoming the worst the Empire has at its disposal. You may be relieved to hear the Castrum Occidens was free of anything resembling a weapon. Unfortunately, it's also devoid of any useful leads, and we came away empty-handed. In all honesty, part of me wishes we never found the Emerald weapon. Perhaps then Rex would not have been forced to make the ultimate sacrifice. I only hope he's finally at peace. We do what we can to spare others from sharing the fate. I and Ironworks will search for this place top to bottom for clues to the 7th Legion's plans. Before that, allow me to sweep the area for booby traps and the like. I would not put it past the Imperials to leave a few surprises for us. Agreed. I'll go with you. With that in mind, I begin my examination of the Emerald weapon. Carefully, that is. Oh, am I going to see the kid's backstory? Alphonse, you knew all this time, didn't you? Miss Sandia and Recon too. Everyone except me. And you, Rex? Yes, that's what the synthetic orocyte system is. The fusion between pilot and core is the key to Oversoul. And unless we use it, we don't have a chance of beating Father's newfound friends. They stand between us and the primals, without which the weapons will never reach their full potential. We thought if you knew the truth about Oversoul, you'd try and stop us. You're right, of course. Of course I would. But what I don't understand is why you're so willing to give your lives for a weapon project. What is it all for? It all began the day Father left. Without his guidance, his protection, the Garleans lost any respect they once had for us. But their cruelty pales in comparison to Valen's. To him, conscripts like us are expendable commodities, an endless supply of test subjects for his twisted experiments. But no matter what they do to us, we will never lose hope. If it is the duty of the strong to lead the weak, we will become strong and protect those who cannot protect themselves. The weapon project will give us the strength we need. We will create a world where people like us can live without fear of persecution. You think you're going to do that under Garleans? That's highly unlikely. We want you to see a new world for yourself, Ali, even if we must give our lives to make it a reality. But why me? Years spent serving the Empire's changed us all, except you, Ali. Even after everything you've seen, you're still carrying an innocent girl we grew up with. More than any of us, you deserve a chance at happiness. That's what we all agreed. Ali, listen to me. Right now, the soldiers assigned to watch over us have been called away to the capital. Now is our chance to get you out of here. Then why don't you come with me? If Alphonse and I were run away, they'd only force others to take our place. We cannot let that happen. This is our way of upholding the ideals Father instilled in us. Our lives are a small price to pay for Werlet's freedom. No, how can you expect me to leave you behind? I won't do it. That's a massive hand. I know it's perspective, but yeah. We will forever be at your side, Ali. Rex, take her to the holding cells. No, let me go! So win or lose, the plan is to hand over the castrum to Father, is that right? Yes. They'll take Ali into their custody before the Garleans return, while you will be free to pilot the Emerald weapon without her interfering. We can't let her hinder the completion of the weapon project. I'm counting on you, Alphonse. Don't let our sacrifices be in vain. Rex, have you forgotten what I told you? You mustn't use Oversoul. I can't lose you too. We both know I can't win without it. Besides, we need the combat data for the Emerald weapon fighting at its peak. We're able to have any chance of perfecting the synthetic orocyte system. You know I'm not the sort to do things by halves. Forgive me, Rex. Don't worry about me. If this is where I meet my end, I'll do it with a smile on my face. The rest is up to you, Alphonse. Such senseless sacrifice. Will someone think of the children? We found her. Yeah. This is the girl you spoke of, yes? She was locked in a cell, but I saw no harm in letting her out. I can't say for certain, but it seems she's been through quite an ordeal. She really has. No. Why, Rex? Why? Metal Gear. Gaius, once we've extracted the core, we'll take it back to Turncliffe for analysis. Perhaps she should come with us. There's no use in her staying here. I just hope she doesn't go crazy. Happened a few times. Severa is taking care of Ali. It may be some time until her nerves are settled. If the vision you witnessed is indeed true, Alphonse and Rex locked her away for her own safety. When she's ready, I would know more of what her brother hopes to achieve and why he must resort to such desperate measures. Ali's condition has improved somewhat, but she remains in a state of shock. We must give her more time to recover. There was one other thing that I thought you should know. When we checked her for injuries, we saw her back is covered in welts and bruises. Who did this to her? It seems she's subjected to beatings on a regular basis. Judging by the varied stages of bruising, I dare say this was the work of her Garlean masters. That was the testy guy that they were talking about. The experiment guy? I do want to murder him though. You speak as though you've seen this before. Seen? I've lived through it myself. I was born in Wales, 23 summers past. My mother was a local woman, but my father was a pure-blooded Garlean and a member of the occupying forces. Though I knew very little of him, his rank afforded me imperial citizenship. His acknowledgement of our familial ties was the extent of the responsibility he took for bringing me into the world. Still, it's more than can be said for most of his ilk. My mother and I were shunned by the people of Wales, who treated us as badly as the Garleans did, if not worse. I thought that if I were to become an imperial soldier, my position might somehow deter those who would cast scorn on my mother, if only out of fear, and so I joined the army. Always a bad idea. The acceptance I earned was but temporary, however, my superiors were quick to blame any perceived shortcoming on my savage lineage. Oh shit. I was eventually assigned to the 12th Legion and fought under Xenos Ye Galvus in Almigo. In the chaos that followed our defeat, I seized the opportunity to flee to Wales. Well, it was never much of a home, it was all I had, but nothing could prepare me for what awaited. My mother had for many years suffered from poor health and relied on medicine to keep her alive. In my absence, the Garlean had denied her treatment, claiming it would be wasted on savages. By the time I could return to her side, there was naught I could do. There was nothing left for me in Wales. I would be punished for desertion if the Imperials discovered the reason for my return, and I was never accepted by my so-called countrymen to begin with. I ran as far as my legs could carry me. It was then I met Gaius. So that's the truth of it. Other than a few scant details, I knew naught of your past. It sickens me to think I once fought under the same banner as such vile creatures. I'd always believed it to be the duty of the strong to lead the weak, yet there are those who become drunk with the power afforded by their station and prey on the ones they should protect. American police, looking at you. Like a canker, this corruption has spread to every part of the Empire. Even those with Garlean blood, such as myself, are subject to their cruelty. They hold particular contempt for aura, an easy target for abuse being so few in number. Perhaps like me, Ali thought she would be spared such treatment once she joined the army. Alas. I only hope that with time, Ali can put the past behind her and make a new life for herself. But for now, all we can do is wait for her delirium to subside. It is Valduin's turn to keep watch. Let's ask him if there's been any change. Hopefully she's not run away or something. I suppose you are here to ask about Ali. Is she well enough to speak with us? Her condition has improved somewhat, that I would say so, provided you do not cause her any undue stress. Wait here. Ali, I'm sorry. What happened to Rex? It's my fault. Melisandre and Recon too. They died because of me and my foolish ambitions. Father, no. This cannot go on. Please, Ali, you must tell me all you know. Of course. First, I need to know what became of you and your siblings after we parted. So much has happened, it seems like a lifetime ago. After your disappearance, we were all assigned to the newly reformed 7th Legion. At first, each legatus was quickly replaced by the next, until eventually a man named Valens van Voro was given command. He was sent from the capital, but before that he was a specialist in experimental magitech weaponry. We later discovered he was ordered by Emperor Varys to complete a project involving anti-primal war machina, the weapons. But after the Emperor's death, he was free to employ whatever methods he saw fit, and his greed for power only grew. Some even say he's planning to use the power of the weapons to lay claim to the throne. But I think there's another reason for his obsession with the weapons project. Not that he'd ever tell anyone. But he's always muttering to himself, and I've been able to put the pieces together. He's jealous of you, Father. Valens van Voro. I must admit, it was only recently I first heard the name. Valens used his knowledge of magitech to devise various military strategies. He was given a position in the army and quickly rose through the ranks. That was until one man stood in his way. You, Father. He was one of the candidates to lead the new 14th Legion, but that role fell to you. After that, he was assigned to serve under a far more gifted engineer, Nero, who was in charge of restoring the Ultima weapon. Valens had resented you ever since, going so far as to oppose the ideals you upheld, whereas you treated those who serve the Empire based on merit rather than race or origin. Valens is adamant that pure-blooded Garleans are superior to all. It never ceases to amaze me how far some will go in the name of revenge, all that hatred festering away. Nothing good could ever come of it. There are some parallels there. So the marks on your body are his handiwork. I'm gonna murder the fucker. Yes. To Valens and his men, we are nothing more than fodder for his experiments. Playthings on which they can vent their frustrations. Every day is filled with nothing but pain. If I had remained in Garlemald, you would have never been forced to endure this abuse. It's not your fault, Father. We could have fled from Valens if we wanted to. After all, we're expendable and easily replaced. The truth is, that's exactly why we couldn't run. In saving ourselves, we'd be condemning others, but if we were to stay, to see the weapon project to its completion, we would gain the power to defeat Valens and the Empire itself. freeing the world from its tyranny. That is a big brain move. That way we might start afresh and find a place we call home. And not just for us, but for any who wish to live in peace. You would give your lives for a future you may not live to see. We took courage from your teachings, Father. The strong must lead the weak, and we would gain the strength by whatever means necessary. We will fight for the sake of those who cannot. But we knew that you'd never consent to our participation in the weapon project, which is why we couldn't turn to you for help. As the pilots, we're the only ones who are able to stop Valens. We know just how powerful the weapons are. We would use them to bring the world to its knees. And its masterpiece is the worst of all. Oh, there's at least one more then. If only I could get my hands on it, then I could save Alphonse and all of Werlet. Father, I know you and Alphonse stand on opposite sides of this conflict, but there must be some way you can help him. He may have called you our enemy before, but he never meant it. He still loves you, Father. You're everything he aspires to be. I have failed him. I have failed you all. But I refuse to abandon him to his fate. I will free him from Valens, if it's the last thing I do. Thank you. He needs you, now more than ever. Listen, Ali. I once sought the strength to rebuild the world as I saw fit, but the ultimate weapon was born not to create, but to destroy. Alphonse must not follow in my footsteps. I know all too well where they lead. I will do all I can to help your brother. Pray tell me where he is. He's behind you. I'm sorry, I don't know where he could be. In that case, I shall have the Alliance dispatch scouts. Wherever he is, we will find him. As for you, Ali, you should stay here and rest. Hi. Wait, you're the one who fought Rex, Recon, and Melisandre, aren't you? Yeah, I'm sorry. We're the ones who threatened your homeland. You only did what you had to do. I have no right to ask you this, but lend my father your strength. Save Alphonse. I'll do everything I can. I know now why they call you hero. Alphonse, I do what I must to free you, even if it means going against father's wishes. I have a good feeling about it as a new friend. Severa, see that she has everything she needs. Our allies must be informed of these troubling events. May I ask you to relay this news to the troops in Girabanya? Sure, why not? Alright. Your loving father act may fool the others, Gaius, but not me. For every life you save, you ended 1,000 more. Or is this your idea of redemption? Call it what you will. For all my transgressions, I believe I still have a part to play. Dude, there's no need to be like that. Was I wrong to spare you that day, or will you honour your word? It seems the time has come for the Black Wolf to show his true colours. Mate, if he turns, I'll kill him myself. But until then, can you please give him the benefit of the doubt? Alright, let's head back. No. This guy? Yes, there we go. That's a lot of people. We recently received word of your victory over the Emerald Weapon. I expect there was another fine display on your part. Not that any of us were there to see it. For that reason, we'd be grateful if you could give us a blow-by-blow account if you wouldn't mind. Yeah, I died 3 times. Good grief, sounds like you had an awful lot to contend with. Rather than me. I shall add this to our ever-growing stack of reports, should anyone wish to review this information ahead of the next sortie. Now, if I may say so, it looks like your ordeals have taken their toll. We'll let you know if anything requires your attention, but until then, be sure to get some rest. Oh, that's cool. Meanwhile, in the 7th Legion's correction chamber. And now for something completely different. Can I shoot that guy? 3 weapons, 3 pitiful displays of ineptitude. Well, maybe it's 3 inept weapons. To make matters worse, one of my prime candidates, your precious sister, no less, has escaped. Fucking hell. Oh no. Armor's cool though. And who should she go crawling to but that swine Gaius, after everything I've done for her? And this is how she repays me? As her older brother, it's your responsibility to instill some discipline in her, and you have failed miserably. Yeah, all you've done to her is right. Oh, fucking hell. That looks fucking creepy. Well, then just stand there, boy. Oh, of course, it's your first time, isn't it? Come along, there's no need to be shy. Let's go light. Oh, okay. That's an elf face, that is. That's why they're that tall. You see, something wicked has taken hold of this young man, and it's our job to cleanse his troubled spirit. It may look painful, but it's the only way, I assure you. You'll be ever so grateful. You want him to get better, don't you? And he is a creepy fuck. That's a good point. Now let's try again, shall we? Burn out the bed. Burn out the bed. Burn out the bed. Burn out the bed. Creepy cult. Yep. Peer pressure. God damn, I'm trying to write here. Well done. All made father proud. Very proud indeed. Well, that's a creepy smile. He hates your race, by the way. As for you, I thought you were cut above the rest of the savages, but it appears I was mistaken. Since you allowed the wretched sister of yours to escape, it falls to you to act as her replacement. I choose you as Nidic's pilot, and your mission is simple. Kill Gaius van Belsar, whatever it takes. And if you so much as entertain the idea of betraying me again, I will exterminate every last one of your kind. Oh, fucking hell. Like the vermin they are. You know the hero's an aura, right? Having said that, we were forcibly initiating Oversoul using Xenos' combat data. So whatever schemes you may be hatching will never come to pass. All you need to do is sit back and let the synthetic Orosite system do the work, with you as its conduit. You should thank me for allowing you to become part of my masterpiece. Your worthless existence will finally have some semblance of meaning. Woof. Bring me there. I just want to shoot his face with an arrow. Splendid. There's never a dull moment around here. You wrinkly old git. Now then, boys. Who'd like to see something special? I think I'm good. Come along, everyone. Father has secrets to share with you. I'm liking the 80s synth vibe, though. You spy? Yes. Maybe not a bad guy. No. Well, at least he's got warmth. This is my chance. It's all thanks to the sacrifices made by my dear siblings. Finally, the weapon will be mine to command. Once it has reached perfection, I will be unstoppable. First, Valens. Then, the Empire itself will fall, and we'll be free at last. Father, keep Ali safe. Miss Melisandre, Rickon, Rex, I'll see this through to the end, I promise. Why? The fields. The fields. Until then, watch over me. So, is it ready or not? Ready or not? Here I come. Trial sequence been primed, sir. Then get on with it. Get on with it. Is there like hero combat data? Initiating synthetic Orosite system. Loading diamond weapon simulation. That makes sense. They're the FF7 weapons. What's going on? Some guy. You helping us with a little research is all. Whatever your name is. The time has come for you to contribute to the glory of Garlemald. This isn't what we agreed. You said that if I took part in the experiment, you'd let my family go. That explains those two, yeah. You have Xenos' data loaded, yes? Activate Oversell and be quick about it. Understood, Lord Valens. Galvus combat sample ready. Initiate organic core override. Man, he is fucked up. I like the aesthetic, but they're like, you know, evil soldier Nazi aesthetics. Organic core override complete. Xeno Galvus data loaded. Subject is instinctively bound to seek out prey. Right from the outset, regardless of combat prowess it may boast, I need an obedient servant, not a ravenous beast. Enough, shut it down. Deactivating the synthetic Borosite system. Tell me it attacks them. How revolting. What a mess it makes of the cockpit. Adjust the settings, prepare for another run. Fortunately, we have the next test subject ready and waiting. Oh, you bitch. Sir. Oh, please. You're not that naive, are you? Ha ha ha. Yeah, he's as crazy as fucking Van Daniel. My mind, never knew you had such a wonderful sense of humour. The great Valens Van Voro bargaining with savages. More fool him for trusting me in the first place. Really? Only now you realise he's a monster? Like, come on, scientist lady. Please. The resistance troops wish to help their newfound allies in Turncliffe. Ah, Zachariah, I was hoping I might have a word with you. Ever since Turncliffe was liberated, we've been sending troops to aid in getting the town back on its feet, helping the residents, that sort of thing. We Almegans know how hard life can be for society struggling to stand on its own after years of imperial rule. A lot of what most people would take for granted has to be rebuilt from the ground up. While we're able to assist when it comes to providing basic resources and keeping the place safe, there are countless other problems that need to be attended to. If you can spare the time, we could use your help. Bless you, Zachariah, you really are a saint. I'm sure the people of Turncliffe will benefit from having someone like you around. Once you're ready, we have a word with your usual escort. I wish you the best. That would be the hard mode of Ultimate Weapon, Emerald Weapon rather. Of late, all I can say about it was weapons. I channel the passion into crafting homages of my favourite war machina, which is more than a mere hobby. It's the wind in my sails. Emerald Weapon. Well, yes, of course. Just a moment, please. Oof. Got to be good. This thing weighs tons. Perhaps I should use lighter materials. Oh yeah, that's an entire fucking bust. So what do you think? Is it every bit as terrifying as the face you faced? Behold, the malevolent Malachite marauder, the vicious Viridian villain, the Jumentious Jade Giant. Actually, perhaps not that last one. Anyway, it's the Emerald Weapon! I assure you I spare no expense in making it true to life, so to speak, as possible. The information we received regarding its design revealed several startling details. Perhaps most surprising of all were the free-floating manipulators, or hands if you prefer, which allow it to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. We even learned that their positioning was based on tactics used by Gaius himself when he led the Imperial invasion of Werlit. By surrounding the target, they're able to bombard it from all sides while keeping it pinned down. He goes on and on. Not only that, but the Emerald Weapon was able to perfectly replicate Gaius's renowned Terminus Est gunblade technique, though on a much larger scale. I wish I could have been there to see it for myself. Oof, you're so lucky. Goodness me, all this talking has made me rather parched. Yeah, you and me both. Well, it is raining. Before I pour myself a nice glass of local arak, I think it's time for us to fire up the real virtuality combat simulator experiencinator to see what wonders it can conjure. VR machine. Anything could happen, so don't say I didn't warn you. Castrum Marinum, now available. HG. Which I'm not going to do. Because I'll probably wipe very thoroughly. And got work tomorrow. So the boss wrote you into helping, did he? I knew you couldn't say no. Well, you know me, goody two shoes. Over there. Former Imperial conscript. Despondent civilian. You're the one who piloted the War Machina and defeated the Sapphire weapon, aren't you? Yep. I thought so. I heard so much about you, but I doubt you know who I am. My name is Avelina and I grew up here. I stayed throughout the occupation and was put to work as a Magitech engineer. Thanks to you and yours, we're now rid of Imperials, though I fear many of us will struggle to put the past behind us. For 10 long years we've suffered at their hands. A whole generation of young people were forced into the army and sent off to die in some distant land. I suppose I could be considered one of the lucky few. My work kept me away from the battlefield, and I hope that my contribution might help the others live long enough to make their way home. In the end, most of them never returned. Though my efforts were in vain, I can at least honour their memory. I want to leave something behind for their sake, to prove that they haven't been forgotten. A monument bearing their names. To ensure that not a single person is omitted, I need to see the official list of conscripts. If one still exists, it would be inside the Imperial facility beneath the town. But with the resistance troops and ironwork engineers closing the place off, I can't get near it. Perhaps you might have a word with them for me? I'll leave as soon as I find the list. Leave it to me. Thank you. I'll follow your lead. I've been separated from my family ever since I was forced into the army, but I was able to sneak away in the confusion. I got you and your friends to thank for that. My main concern is Legatus Valens won't take this lying down. That man is like a dog with a bone. Once he sinks his teeth in, he never lets go. He'll be back. I know. The majority of the 7th Legion are sure to be stationed in the city of Werlit, the heart of this occupied territory. Whether Alphonse is there with them remains to be seen. According to Ali, another weapon lies in wait, but where we do not know. It stands to reason, however, if we were to find it, Alphonse would surely not be far away. While I'm painfully aware of the cruelty the Empire shows its enemies, even I am appalled to hear how it treats its own. War Machina that feeds on the very lives of their pilots. I can scarcely imagine anything more heinous. Heinous. Something I can help you with? Need a list of conscripts down in the base. I see, it's a bit unusual for one of the locals to show an interest in Imperial leavings, but it seems she has her reasons. Since we're still carrying out investigations, we've closed the place off to prevent anyone interfering. Considering it's you who's asking though, I can hardly say no. Still, I better go with her, just in case the others kick up a fuss. You're very kind. You know, I could just find it and, like, bring it up. That way you know that, you know, she's not looking at anything classified. I'm sorry for any trouble I caused. You have my thanks. Think nothing of it. I was glad to help. As I suspected, the Imperials kept detailed records of local conscripts. One name in particular stood out to me. My friend, Melisandre. I had no idea she'd been assigned the 7th Legion of all places. How'd you know her? It all began when we were serving together in the 14th. We had much in common, both being drafted from the same occupied territory, and we soon became firm friends. One day she was sent to fight in Eorzea while I remained here. The day before she left, she came to say goodbye, together with her foster siblings from the orphanage. The two youngest ones, Recon, was particularly upset about not being allowed to speak with their adopted father, Gaius van Belsa, before they departed. It was actually another of his orphans, Livius and Junius, who forbid them from seeing him. I can't say for certain, but it seemed that Livia has a strong attachment to Gaius and wouldn't let anyone else near her. Yeah, she was a bit tsundere. As far as I could tell, he tried his best to keep Livia at arm's length whenever possible, but her devotion to him was bordering on obsession, and she became extremely jealous at the slightest sign of affection between him and his other wards. Others, however, treated them far more kindly. In fact, a Praefectus Castorum of the 14th Legion came specifically to meet them. Probably murdered him as well. While I was surprised that a Rodigan had risen to such a rank, I was even more taken aback by the unguarded manner in which he spoke with his subordinates. I had hoped that with people like him serving on the Eorzean front, they would be in safe hands. Then the time came for Melisandre to leave. We shared a few final words and she was gone. It would be last I ever saw of her. Yeah, I murdered her, I murdered a few of the different people in the orphanage, and I probably murdered that Rodigaran as well. After a while, I was assigned to the Tribunus Laclavius of the 14th. Nero told Scavia, and worked on restoring the Ultima weapon. I was even at the Praetorium on the day it was destroyed. Oh, what a coincidence. I was there many, many times. But I escaped aboard an Imperial ship moments before it came crashing down. I eventually made my way back to Werlit, only to be drafted into the 7th to continue working on the weapons project. Even now it makes me sick to my stomach thinking I'd help bring those abominations into the world. Using a living pilot to feed the weapons core was a part of the design from the very beginning. Of course, they'd never dream of subjecting a true-born Garlean to such barbaric treatment. Not when the 7th Legion has ready supply of provincial conscripts right for the taking. The pilots were referred only by their code names, and we engineers were not made privy to their true identities. Even with this list of conscripts, I still don't know who was sacrificed in the name of the project. Let's bring an end to this weapon project together. But what can I do? For years all I've known is how to build tools of destruction. The 7th Legion is far from finished. They're biding their time, waiting until the right moment to unleash the final weapon. And when they do, it will bring naught but death and woe to all who stand in their way. Even after everything they've taken from us, they still want more. If it weren't for the Empire, Melisandre would still be here. She was the kindest person I've ever met, but to the Empire she was just another pawn in their games. I'll never forget her. There's a way I can make a difference. I know there is. But first I need to speak with members of the Ironworks. I have a feeling that more Machina you used to beat Sapphire Weapon will be called to action again. Until then, there's still time to make improvements, and I intend to help. I'll still be going ahead with the plan to build a monument. Stopping the Empire must come first. I hope Melisandre and the others can wait a little longer. Before I go, allow me to express my gratitude. I don't know what I've done if it weren't for you. Until we meet again. Speak resistance officer at the other place. Yep. So yeah, I murdered your friend, I murdered her friend. God damn, I mean, it's mostly self-defense, but, you know. So, how was your time in Turncliffe? Ah yes, depressing. Very, very depressing. I see. Fate has dealt her a cruel hand, and now she has a chance to make a fresh start. The same could be said of the whole of Turncliffe. It seems the liberation of that one small town will become a pivotal moment in Werlet's history. Perhaps it won't be too long before the rest of the region is free from the Empire. Naturally, we'd be honoured to fight alongside the people of Werlet. We won't rest until the Imperials are sent fleeing with their tails between their legs. Until that day arrives, we'll carry on doing our bit to support you and the others in ending the weapon project. I'll be sure to pass along any pertinent information in the meantime. Take care. In memory. Okay, so that's this part. There's one more bit, which is the raid. Armorang Yalfort. I'll probably teleport to places. Armorang. I probably won't queue for the raid tonight though. There you are. Yalford. Yalford is engrossed in the slip of paper in his hands that he barely noticed your approach. Do try not to startle him. Zechariah, so the rumours of your knack of being in the right place at the right time are true. You see, we've just completed our preparations for another expedition into the empty. Yep. Miss Rin and Miss Gaia agree that it's high time you all went to see how things are coming along, though I must say, being at their beck and call night and day does test my patience on the occasion. Well, well, fancy seeing you here. Zachariah. Hello. We were just getting ready for another ride in the Sky Slipper. Care to join us? There's one thing I should mention before you depart. Now that the situation in Yulma has settled down somewhat, my associates have made some headway in investigating your past, Miss Gaia. Is that so? Her eyes and her lips are unnaturally big. I thought that's what you wanted. So did I, but I quite like the way things are now. Digging around in my past might, I don't know, spoil it somehow. Besides, uncovering the truth behind the voice in my head and my strange powers is bound to be more interesting than whatever life it was I had in your. I understand. We'll find the answers together, just like we do everything else. How were the coffee and biscuits? Oh, they were delicious as always. I hear they're quite fattening, so we usually just buy 1.5 half each. And then you always get another one anyway. Yes, but we break that one in half too, so it's fine. And we may as well have one each to begin with. Honestly, Rin, I sometimes wonder if you got biscuits for brains. Though I must say, my time as a Crystarian has been rather enjoyable. We even had a chance to make a necklace from the ice crystal we found. And in case you're wondering, I haven't been neglecting my training. I wouldn't want my skills to get rusty just because Thancred's not around. I'm ready for whatever lies ahead. Urianger would also be pleased to hear you've had your head in those fusty old tomes. I've even done a bit of studying myself. After all, it's up to us to take care of the empty now. I'm looking forward to see how things have changed since the last visit. Come, let's head over to the derrick. Do we not have like sensors in place that you could just check on? Boom, 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 boom. It looks just like crystal now. Don't suppose you fancy taking the helm this time? Wait, I'll pilot this helm. I didn't realise you know how. While you were off training, I was practicing with another sky slipper they have at the Crystarium. Really? That's fantastic. Hardly. You've been pulling more than your own weight. I just wanted to do what I can to contribute more. So you two can sit back, relax, and leave it to me. There's no need to look so apprehensive, you know. Let's get going, shall we? What do I want? No. I guess skill speed's probably there. Actually, probably spell speed. Let's go skill speed. No, spell speed. That's fine. Bumper cars. It's so strange suddenly seeing you at the controls. Why didn't you tell me you've been practicing? I thought I'd surprise you, that's all. Well, consider me surprised. All this time I thought you were only good for smashing things with your hammer. Bring that up again and you can walk the rest of the way. I best behave. Wouldn't want to get stranded in the empty and miss the festival. Festival? It used to be. I suppose this is the first time you heard it. Wow. We haven't exactly been keeping it a secret, but it's still in the planning stages. You see, the return of the night sky has brought a lot of changes, and while everyone is glad, the reality is it's all been quite stressful, having to adapt to a new way of life. Seeing how hard our elders are working to keep the Crystariums running, youth like me came up with an idea of hosting an event as a way to express our appreciation. Once we return from the empty, I'll be helping as one of the organisers. I'll be happy to help, provided I am suitably compensated. I'd offer to help, but I think you have everything well in hand. I wouldn't be so sure about that, but I'll try my best to make it a success. If everything goes well, all you need to do is turn up and enjoy yourself. How about you, Gaia? Would you like to help with the festival? What's that? I haven't been listening. My leg is cramping up a bit. Piloting this thing must have made me more tense than I'd realised. And let one of us take over. No, I'll be fine. Well, as long as you're sure, but if you feel like switching places, just say the word. No. How can this be? There's snow, I guess. There's grass. That's a start. I think that explains it. Does this mean there's still too much of it in the empty? I'm no expert, but this might be the result of losing control when you restored the ice element. Even though I tried to use darkness to hold back the light spilling forth, it seems it wasn't enough. And we're right back where we started. This is all my fault. No, Rin, you mustn't blame yourself. You have returned to me. Restore the darkness while you still care. A familiar voice, an inescapable fate, the promise of salvation at the precipice of ruin. In the remnants of a lost past, I would find my truth. Is there something where you can channel the darkness, maybe? It's the FF8 world theme. I love it. So good. Gaia appears to be conversing with a voice inside her head. Restore darkness. What did you say, Gaia? Restore the darkness to the world flooded by light. Ah, that's it. We thought we'd restore balance to the 6 elements, but perhaps they're still too strongly aligned with light. If that's the case, we can set things right by using darkness. Using darkness? Are you serious? But hold on, it might actually work. Oh yeah, that's a brilliant idea. I wouldn't get that far. I just remember what I learned during our adventures, that's all. Does this mean we'll need to call on your services again, if that's alright with you? Yeah, sure. What I'm here for. We've come this far together, we'll see our mission to the end. To Eden's core. Right, I'm going to get access to the raid, and then I'm going to finish for the night. Tomorrow, instead of Kingdoms of Amalur, I'm just going to finish this story. And then if there's time left, I will do Kingdoms of Amalur. Right, let's get started. But, were there any primals aligned with darkness? I can't seem to recall any. Well, there's World of Darkness, right? You mean there isn't one? It's not a primal per se. The Asgardian god Zodiac may be suitable. We need something that Zachariah has actually encountered and preferably defeated. Well, does it have to be a primal for it to work? If it's just a lot of darkness that we need, perhaps there are other ways to get it. You may be right. What we ultimately need is a state of highly charged darkness. It shouldn't matter what form it takes. Does anything come to mind, Zachariah? Yeah. I dare say the Flood of Darkness has a fair bit of darkness. You mean the catastrophe that swallowed the 13th and turned it into a lifeless void? We might need something on a slightly smaller scale. Well, there are some voids then that I've encountered. The Cloud of Darkness. Can't begin to imagine how powerful it must have been. I'd say we found the perfect candidate. But where to find a suitable place? One where darkness is strong. It won't be easy in a world flooded by light. But we got the Warrior of Darkness and the Oracle of Darkness right here. Seems good enough spot to me. But what about the light-aligned Aether that's all around us? That's where you come. You can suppress the light while I draw out the darkness by combining our powers. We can make it work wherever. With your powers combined, I am Captain Planet! Yes, between us there's nothing that can reach you. Don't be afraid, Gaia. I'm not afraid, just very concerned this will go horribly wrong. Which is the same thing, I suppose. Anyway, it's certainly not easy to come up with these plans by ourselves. That's true. When this is over, we can reward ourselves with all sorts of delicious treats at the festival. Festival? What do you mean? Oh, we talked about it, but you weren't listening. Yeah. Oh, not to worry. We can talk about it later. Right now we got a job to do. Well, I hope she makes it to the festival, because things aren't boding well. If the foreshadowing is any indication, I'll draw out the ambient Aether. Now I'll shift its alignment to darkness. Now, Zachariah, focus your thoughts. Big ass cloud of darkness. Big ass cloud of darkness with a face and hands. There we go. Eden's Promise, Umbra, now accessible. Right, and that's it for next time. Let's escape here for now. Okay, new one. Alright. Alright, yep, so I'm gonna leave it here tonight. Tomorrow I'll be doing those raids, finishing this patch, and then if there's time left, I will be doing Kingdoms of Amalur, part 6. After which there will be Cyberpunk. Hopefully it's not as glitchy as I've heard, but yeah. Alright, thanks for everything. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye.